Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Zahir Bayat, and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Nazila Atarodi West, Ryan Bissonnette, Philip Ghosh, and Paul Gauguin. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submission in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with a presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes of the last meeting that require adoption?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we do not have minutes ready for adoption.
Thank you. Colleagues, are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff? I see none. Thank you. Next item is, are there any deferral requests, Madam Secretary
Through
Treasurer?
you, Mr. Chair, just to note, there are no files to be closed this morning, and yes, there is one request for deferral. That would be item number 1, municipal address 102 Elm Avenue, file number A0876/24TY. We could deal with this item at this time.
Thank you. Is the agent online or present?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, if we could just read the materials
Thank you.
into record, and then we do have the agent online. We also have one person here that's registered to speak in opposition.
Thank you. Item number 1, 102 Elm Avenue. The committee has before it the following communications: a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of trees on the subject property received October 28, 2024, and a deferral request from the owners received March the 12th, 2025. We also have reports from Heritage Preservation Services dated September 10th, 2024, Community Planning dated February 13th, 2025, Transportation Engineering report received March the 7th, 2025. We've had correspondence in concern from 92 Elm Avenue received pardon me, March the 17th, 2025. We've also had opposition correspondence from 98 Elm, 108 Elm, 100 Elm Avenue, 108 Elm Avenue, 94 Elm, and 96 Elm Avenue, 102 Elm Avenue, 106 Elm Avenue, 90 to 108 Elm on behalf of the South Rosedale Residents Association, and 104 Elm Avenue. I think that's all that we've got.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then at this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning, Mr. Chan. Are you there?
Through the chair, it appears that was the voicemail. I'm going to try to locate Roy Chan.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hold this item down until we
Thank you.
can contact.
Move on to the next one.
Yes.
Thank you. Number 2 on the agenda is, bear with me, number 2 is 357 Oakwood Avenue. The committee had before it the following communications: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the subject property received November 12th, 2024, covering letter from the agent received February 10th, 2025. We also have agency reports, staff reports from community planning received March the 20th, 2025. And there are 2 form letters in support from owners, occupants of 293, 295 Oakwood Avenue, received March the 14th, 2025.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you.
Chair and committee
Mr.
members.
Parente?
Yep, good morning.
Hi, good morning. I don't believe let me just see if my colleagues might want a presentation or not. No, I don't see. And since we don't have anybody in opposition, we may not require a presentation. Perfect. Is there anything you'd like to add before we, or maybe perhaps my colleagues may have some questions of you?
I really don't have it. I think it's very straightforward. We're adding a unit, and there's transportation on Oakwood for that unit. I know the item or the issue was parking, and we do have access from Robina, the street in behind the property. Like I mentioned, I think it's just a very minor request, and I did work closely with planning. I think we're good. I'll leave it up to you.
Thank you. And you are aware that there's a planning condition?
Yes, and could you maybe outline that, or briefly outline the condition?
Bear with me one moment. I'll just...
Okay.
No problem. It was in our supplementary package. So
Yeah, I believe it was covering of the new stairs.
that's right,
to
the exterior
units.
stairs.
Yeah, which is similar to the adjacent property which I also represented, 355. So it was the same request by Chantel in planning, and we're able to satisfy that condition.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And I do
You're
believe
welcome.
it is a very straightforward application. It may
Yes.
seem like there are a number of variances requested, but I think they're all fairly straightforward. Let me just see if there are any questions. No, none. Thank you, Mr. Parente. I think we'll take it into committee now and see if we got a decision. Ms. West?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with only one condition, the staff condition, the letter dated March 19, 2025, and that's it.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Bissonnette, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Parente, you have your approval.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to item number 3 as we're still trying to locate the agent for item number 1.
Okay. Item number 3 is 3239-3251 Dundas Street West. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, parking study prepared on, and received on October 24th, 2024, planning rationale received from the agent February 13th, 2025, presentation materials from agent received March 19th, 2025, shadow study received October 24th, 2024, tree inventory report received October 29th, 2024. Tree protection zone plan received on October 29th, 2024. We also have agency reports, staff reports. Correspondence from community planning received February 13th, 2025. And reports from, this is a new one, from New Development, Environment and Climate Division, received November 27th, 2024. We've also got a report from, or review from Transportation, received March the 10th, 2025, and a project review from Metrolinx received March 18th, 2025. We also have a staff report from Community Planning received March 21st, 2025. We have correspondence in concern from 271 Gilmore Avenue received March the 10th, 2025.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person as well as 2 registered speakers in opposition.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ewens?
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning and welcome. Since we have people in opposition, we'll need a presentation, please.
Certainly, sir. I have a presentation that was submitted to the committee. Staff could, thank you. So we're very happy today to be here requesting 6 variances to permit changes to a previously approved 9-story building on this site at 3239 to 3251 Dundas. Also, Greg Ewens with Patori Planning and Management, 1550 Kingston Road, Suite 1345. If we go to slide 2, please. So the changes sought through these variances, they'll create more housing on this site, including a contribution to affordable rental units. They'll also change the tenure of the project. Originally, this was proposed as a condominium building. It's going to be a rental building now. It intensifies the site on an avenue where the city is continually looking to increase and direct growth, with very recent reports on that. It improves the design, the facade treatment, it increases the sidewalk area in front of the site, and it greatly improves neighborhood transition as well by taking away the stepping at the rear of the building and significantly increasing the rear setback. And it greatly improves sustainability, which is one of the reasons why there's a report from Environment and Climate. Next slide, please. The site's located, as you can see here, on the south side of Dundas, just east of Runnymede. It's a series of low-rise houses on the site right now, all of which are vacant. Slide 4, please. There's the previous approval from 2023. It's 9 stories, 30 meters tall. One of the big changes here, and I mentioned it, we remove the rear stepping. It's a much wider building across the site in its original approval, and it has a lot of terracing and stepping, which is very well, it's challenging to construct, but it's also very carbon intensive, a lot more transfer slabs, a lot more concrete. There's also 2 levels of underground parking with this proposal, whereas we're proposing 1 now. Next slide, please. Next slide. The revised development shown here as a simplified design. It's 11 stories, 128 rental units. 40% of the units are 2 and 3 bedrooms. We have 28 vehicle parking spaces, 5 of which are visitors, 154 bike spaces, and over 500 square meters of amenity. Next slide, please. Of the 6 variances we're requesting, the first 4 concern changes to the map that's appended to the site-specific bylaw regarding heights, projections, setbacks, et cetera. And the 5th variance is regarding the floor area, which results from these changes, and the 6th is regarding parking. Next slide, please. Regarding the height and setback variances, I have a few slides to illustrate these. The changes, as I said, we're simplifying the building, setting it back, in some cases, over 20 meters from the neighborhood properties to the rear. We're also increasing the front ground floor setback, the side setbacks. We're adding another step at the front of the building as well from what was in the original approval. Next slide, please. To respond to the context of the area, we've kept the metric height of this building to basically the same metric height of a project that's under construction across the street. So from a context point of view, it's the same building height. Next slide, please. The revised building responds extremely well to the new mid-rise guidelines, which were adopted in 2024. I'm showing them here alongside the proposal with a similar view. One of the things to note, again, is the rear transition. We've made changes that drive a number of positive impacts here, and the resulting impacts, I think, are negligible, specifically regarding shadow. We've provided shadow drawings, and we reviewed these extensively with the city. Also, the thinner building floor plate means that all the units within the building will get more natural light. Next slide, please. The 5th variance concerns GFA and is driven by the built form changes. I'll note that this the changes increase the number of apartments by 50, including a contribution to affordable rental, and it aligns with a number of provincial and city policy changes that you see here on the slide. Next slide, please. The parking variance, the original site-specific bylaw has a lot more parking required than the currently enforced citywide bylaw, but we're still exceeding that, and we're also providing 5 spaces for visitors in accordance with transportation's recommendations. Next slide, please. We've consulted with the community. We held a community meeting on January 31st. A number of local residents came. We had a good conversation with people, given the turnout. There was 4 people there, so we had a good conversation with the community. Next slide, please. We've also consulted extensively with staff since spring of last year, so the plan before you reflects a lot of back and forth and iterative discussion, including with planning and environment and climate. You can see this is a building, it's going to be one of the few private buildings which meets Tier 2 of the TGS version 4. And then I'm running out of time here, so I'll conclude. Last slide, please. So in summary, I think this is a good news story. The plan is based on significant consultation with staff, outreach to the local community. It's a much more sustainable building. It has an improved family size unit mix. It's the same height as the under construction building across the street. Implements the new mid-rise guidelines, the city's 2024 purpose-built rental program, the housing action plan. It's being financed by CMHC and has a number of conditions related to the tenure and sustainability tied to that. We have no concerns with the conditions from planning. planning regarding the contribution for affordable housing, no concerns with the conditions from Metrolinx or from transportation regarding parking. And my view is that the variances before you meet the 4 tests and represent good planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I proceed, I just wanted to have staff note that I've lost WebEx link. I don't know if it's happened to anybody else.
Oh.
Let me just try again. It says I can't reach the site. Again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Thank you very much for the presentation. I do believe we have one person.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have two
Oh, we have two.
registered speakers. Perhaps at this time, we'll call up the property owner at 3237 Dundas Street West. Please come up to the podium.
Thank you very much. Could you state your name and address, please? Is the microphone on, right? Jack? Okay. Well, you have 5.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, is the red light on?
It is now.
There.
Okay, can you hear me okay now? I should repeat? I'll repeat. Okay, so I'm Velvet Wilson, and we're at 3237 Dundas Street West, which is to the immediate east of the proposal. So there's a few things that I wanted to just clarify, that there is 3251, there is actually a rental unit. So although there are several buildings that are vacant, 3251 is occupied by renters. When we did try to, and actually did endeavor to fix our west wall, one of the objections that this development proposal said was that to the city that 3239 was actually occupied. And so the city, it does have that logged, but clearly it was vacant. So a couple of other things I just wanted to object to. The context on the north side of the street is because when we purchased the house in before 2010, it was considered residential non-conforming. And so there is a mix of residential houses, which is what I am on the south side, along with several of my neighbors. And we did have residential and do still have residential rights, zoning rights. And also on the north side, there were commercial buildings. So this is I would say that it's an unfair comparison to say that what's happening on the north east part of the Dundas strip where they are building is not the same context as the 3239 to 3251. That is all residential. It is residential behind, in front of, and on either side. Also, too, when it comes to privacy and our sunlight, as well as our setbacks, the city does have an obligation, although we need to obviously enforce our rights and our right to our residence, our home. The city does have an obligation to create a balanced approach so that there isn't just a building, a very large building, in the middle of a residential patch of Dundas. It's one of the reasons why we purchased the house, because it was residential, it was zoned residential, and all my neighbors that are surrounding it have purchased this before 2010 when it was zoned mixed use. So, and the city did strive to create somewhat of a balance by having some setbacks. However, this not only significantly impacts the quality of our life, and we do have a family, we have a young daughter, as well as a number of neighbors that are around it, have young children or have grandchildren. The height of the building was obviously a big concern for us, simply because of the noise and the, again, the privacy, the shading, things that we had really appreciated and enjoyed before this point. And we did have a neighbor meeting with the counselor, and the counselor did say, and we do have it on, we do have the recording of that he would support us if it was 6 stories. Now it's almost double that, so it's 11 stories plus a 5-meter mechanical building. So this is a different context than what's happening across the street and also farther east. This is a very residential portion of Dundas. It's been that historically. It was that when people purchased the houses around the development. And we do also have a say in making sure that our families are protected and that our families are entitled to the same rights and privileges that a neighbor to the immediate west would have. So those are primarily my objections. So I just wanted to clarify that 3251 is occupied, and when we did try to fix our west wall and we had to get a license for that, one of the things that this development did indicate to the city was that 3239 was occupied and it was clearly vacant. So that was a bit of the finagling we had to go through in order to be able to fix our west wall, just in case there was building happening, because we needed to protect our home. Additionally, because we are, as well as I believe the neighbor at 3253, his family purchased the house in the 90s, and we purchased our house before 2010, that we do have residential zoning rights that need to be grandfathered in. And I do appreciate that the city has tried to balance the rights of our developer neighbor with ours. It does seem that they're now asking for that none of our rights and our family and our legacy is going to be taken into consideration, which obviously is a great concern for us, as well as our property value has dropped significantly. But we haven't been concerned about that as much because we've really loved our home, but we want to be able to continue to enjoy it safely and to feel that sense of security and peace that we have enjoyed for almost 15 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me just see if there are any questions for you from any panelists. Any questions, folks? No? I just have one. Your home is going to be, if this project goes through, directly adjacent to the new...
It is. It's right next door, and we will be affected in terms of the privacy. So we did make a complaint to the city when this was happening because, again, our people were coming in taking photographs of our back private areas all over our private areas, and we were very upset about that. So now this seems to be with the windows that may go in, and also certainly with the sunlight, that this adversely affects our yard, it affects our security, it affects our quality of life, and everything that which the reason why we purchased the house to begin with, because of all of the things that I've just mentioned. So
Thank you very much for...
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have any additional...
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the owner at 3235 Dundas Street West.
Good morning.
Tao, you've been unmuted.
Hello, good morning. Tao Do, are you there?
John ơi, mở này ra sao John?
Hello, sorry. Is this Tao Do?
John xuống coi.
Oops.
Mở cái mút coi tao không thấy nè.
We need to speak to Tao Do.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Is this Tao Do?
Yes, I am.
Hi, good morning. You're in opposition to an application before us at the moment. We're calling from the Committee of Adjustment at City Hall.
Yeah, I write that because I have a lot of...
Sorry, just hold on. Are you going to be speaking in opposition to it, I take it? If you can just state your name and your address for the record, please.
My name is Tao Do, 3235 Dundas Street West.
Thank you. And you have 5 minutes to state your case.
I have a concern, really concerned about what happened right now. I have the same idea with the owner in 3237 about difficulty that the building will be later in the future, but it's right now. It's right now. The difficult for us is even the building is not built up yet, but the next door next to my home is the sales center. They put too many trees in the backyard. The tree is so high, and that totally cover all the sunlight from my backyard. With that, we usually use to plant our vegetable. We don't have enough light for the backyard. That number one, and number two, when they fix the sales center next to my house, they put too big of light shine directly to my bathroom. I talked to the developer before they turned it off, but for recently they turn on all day, night and day, with the light of the big ball of the lamps directly to my house, and that affect my children and my home sleeping, because at night all light from that directly to my bedroom.
Thank you very much. Is there anything additional that you'd like to add before we move on?
So right now I have anxiety, so I cannot speak more, but I will talk it later or email later on my concern. I use the time for another person.
Okay. I'll just see if any of my colleagues have any questions for you. Any questions, folks? No? Okay, thank you very much. We'll try and get a response from the agent for you. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can call the agent back up to the podium.
Mr. Ewens, you've got 2 folks to respond to, at least 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for the residents who came out and spoke today. So a couple of responses here. So first, regarding the planned context, the properties on both sides of Dundas are designated as mixed-use areas, and they're both subject to the same zoning, which is a CR zone category. At the rear of those properties, to the north and to the south, is neighborhood areas, and it's zoned as such. So the planned context along the street is the same on the north as it is on the south. There is a variety of building types on this part of Dundas on both sides, and it is an area that's undergoing transition. City Council in 2024, and even as recently as January 2025, Planning and Housing Committee approved a report as part of the Housing Action Plan to further intensify the city's avenues. And so this reflects that direction. Regarding privacy, one thing I'll note, we've removed all of the rear balconies from the previous design. There were a lot of terraces and balconies which could have created overlook issues to the south, southeast. Those have been removed. There are no projecting balconies facing south in the new design. There is a first floor terrace at the rear, and we can certainly ensure that privacy screening is added there facing the east towards the first speaker's residence, and the west too, if the committee feels that's appropriate. We have a site plan application submitted on this that we're working with staff through, so that can certainly be incorporated as part of that. Regarding shadow issues, the shadow impacts are very comparable to the existing approval, and the reason for that is the original approval had a mechanical penthouse that was 5.5 to 6 meters tall. This project does not. We have an elevator overrun that takes up a small part of the building because the elevator equipment has to go up above the roof so that it can get to the top floor. But the building doesn't have a typical mechanical penthouse because we have a geothermal system. So a lot of the mechanicals are built into the lower levels of the building. And so that's, yeah, you can see that there. And, you know, through site plan and detailed design, the idea is that we can reduce that encroachment further, but that aligns with the current encroachment permissions in the bylaw. So the other way we've addressed the shadow issues is by stepping the building back further from the street and incorporating more step backs from the north at the upper floors. So even though there's an increase in metric height, the fact that the building's a little bit further back accounts for the some decrease in shadows from what would otherwise be the case if we just added floors to the original approval. I mentioned the mechanical space. Again, there's a geothermal system. In terms of safety, so as part of site plan control, there's usually a requirement that there's for a construction management plan to be submitted as part of an application. I find this helpful in making sure that area residents are aware of construction activities when certain things are happening, that there's contact information. And so my client is here, or they're about to be here. Yeah, there's Jeff. And so I'd be happy to connect my client with the first speaker to have more conversation about these details as well, because we're all in the room, so we might as well chat. I believe that covers everything, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Ms. West?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you proposed to put first floor terrace privacy screen. What about the level 7 and 11?
I don't believe there are terraces facing 7 and 11 at the south.
No,
at the front, west. Yeah, we can, I don't think that's a problem either. There's usually balcony partitions, so we can.
So both on east and west side, right?
Looking at my client to see if there's any objections to that, and I'm seeing none, so yes, we can certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we take it into committee? Mr. Ewens?
No, Mr. Chair, apart from what I've said, I think this is a good news story, largely. It's an existing approval. We're adding marginally to it while making significant improvements in sustainability, rental housing, affordability, better family size units, less parking, less impactful construction, less time digging underground, less overall construction time. And I thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee now and have a conversation.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. One question. Transportation Services submitted a report. The agent can speak to that in relation to variance number 6.
Yes, I believe the report requests 5 visitor parking spaces be provided. We agree to that. We've amended the plans that we have internally to reflect 5 visitor spaces, so we have no problem with that condition.
Are we able to amend variance number 6? At this time, it does talk about 3 shared residential visitor and non-residential parking spaces. And how does that relate to the condition of transportation services?
If that becomes 5, I think that addresses the condition. We didn't submit a waiver on this, so the variances were drafted by staff, and if that reflects the zoning review, I think changing the 3 to a 5 probably reflects transportation's condition.
So is that an amendment that we could make at this point?
I have no objections to that, no. We're happy with that.
That would be one amendment. So it's item number 6, or variance number 6, where it says, it reads a total of 3 shared residential visitor and non-residential parking spaces. That would be turned into 5, I believe. Is that correct? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I didn't want any issues with how the variance reads in comparison to the condition of transportation services.
My only concern with potentially changing that to 5 is, does that affect the ratio that proceeds at 0.02?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can use terminology such as minimum of 5 shared.
Would that work, Mr. Ghosh? What do you think?
I just wanted to raise the question, whatever the Secretary Treasurer thinks works in terms of wording, I would defer to her judgment.
So the variance can read and a minimum of 0.02 shared visitor, residential visitor and non-residential. And in brackets, we did say for a total of 3, but we could say for a minimum of 5. And if the agent is okay with that.
I'm just reading over the conditions.
Sure.
It's a little bit long here, the precise, so if I could just have one second. If the minimum of 0.02 reflects 3 spaces, and we're saying for a total of 5 spaces, without changing the minimum ratio, then I believe we'll be okay and not offside the ratio of 0.02.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I think if we say minimum of 0.02, and in brackets, a minimum of 5.
The more straightforward thing to do, because I know the city's getting away from ratios and parking requirements, maybe just to change the variance to say a minimum of 25 residential occupant spaces and a minimum of 5 residential visitor parking spaces. Let me just make sure that reflects the... So we currently have 27 spaces, I believe, shown. So it would be 22 visitor parking spaces and 22 resident parking spaces and 5 visitor parking spaces. If the variance were changed to that, that would align with Transportation's recommendation, and it would remove the issue of the ratios.
Madam Secretary, should that work?
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair, because you're still ending up with 27 spaces.
That's correct.
And in fact, that's better, because if we don't change it that way, then the 25 residential would be at odds with the 5 visitor. Yeah.
That would work. Excellent, thank you. Perhaps we'll take it into committee now and for discussion and possible motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I do appreciate
Jeanette?
the concerns of neighbors, and I understand them. I'm happy to support this proposal. I think that a city continuously evolves, and I do find this type of development as responsible. I find it desirable, and I noted that it's designed with care.
I'd add, in terms of the neighbors, that while their concerns make sense in terms of this is going to be a large, or certainly compared to their homes, large apartment building right beside them, we're only looking at the change from 9 to 11 stories. And the impacts that I heard, I don't really see any change from the 9 to the 11-story version. If anything, I actually do see a reduction in the impacts. So in that sense, it's not even a minor variance in terms of minor as the impacts are minor. It's in some ways almost negative, because the massing is being redistributed more towards the front of the site, which aligns with where the houses are. And so that's one of the hard things I believe to come to terms with as a neighbor, that maybe this could be seen as another opportunity to look at some of the impacts that they were worried about before, but it's not really. It's only about the change, and the change I see as really not impactful at all.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Ms. West?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. My comment is, I've heard the comment for both neighbors on the east side, immediate neighbor, and the one after. So their main concern was about privacy, and we appreciate that the applicant will provide a privacy screen on the first floor terrace, both side, and also on level 7 and 11. So in this way, the neighbors have somehow more privacy. I mean, the impact of the building is, well, it definitely have an impact. It's not just a bungalow, but providing this level of privacy will help them.
I would just raise, though, that if you look at the properties, I certainly don't see any need to put screening to the west, because to the west is entirely commercial.
Okay.
It's only to the east that's residential.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Logan?
I'll add some comments. First, I agree with a lot of what my colleagues have said. My issue is the amount of the increase and the building height. So it's like, with that regard, with the increase of over 15% area of GFA and the 2 additional stories, I just don't find it minor in nature. So, although I agree the attributes of the application, sustainability, and so on, I find that it's going beyond the original site-specific bylaw to a degree that I don't find it minor any longer. So I will not support this application.
Thank you.
I think that's fair. I'll make the counterpoint that, you know, the idea of minor is about impacts and not numbers.
Sure.
And that if planning staff felt that way, they could have raised that in a report. But I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you. For my part, I think this, as Ms. Bissonnette mentioned, I think there's always change, and this is one of the changes, the types of changes I think we're seeing in Toronto on all major thoroughfares, for sure. It would have been nice if the original project of 9 stories had held, but I find that the additional 2, and the fact that it's going to be a rental complex, I think, has positive merits. So the pros and cons to this one is a question of which ones outweigh the other. In my perspective, I think, from my perspective, I think it is a positive project and a supportable one. So that's my 2 cents worth. If we can, I'd like to request somebody come up with a motion, and let's see where it goes. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
Sure, yeah, no, I would be pleased to move that this one be approved, subject to the, should we still include the transportation condition? Subject to the transportation condition, the planning condition, since the agent was accepting of the Metrolinx conditions, I'll include those as well. And subject to the condition that privacy screening be placed on the first.
It's both sides of the first floor terrace, and then for the level 7 and 11 only on east side.
Okay, yeah, so both sides of the level 1 first floor terrace.
Correct.
And the east side of the 7th and 11th floor terrace. And my reasons are really what I expressed before, that I think that this is minor in terms of impact. I think it's supportable in terms of the location for the additional density. And I also do want to take note of the Environment and Climate Division report that was in support of this.
Thank you. This would be an amended.
Amended.
As amended.
As amended. Do we have a seconder? Ms. West, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. All opposed? Thank you. The motion is carried, 4-1. Mr. Ewens, thank you. I have your approval.
Through you, Mr. Chair. At this time, we'll go back to item number 1. We do have the agent online, and they are requesting a deferral. And we do have 1 registered speaker here in opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Chan, are you there?
Hi, my name is Roy. I am Roy Chen. I am the agent representative for the owner. We are requesting for deferral because the owner had a long discussion with the neighbors and knowing that they are opposed to the application. And also we have a letter from planning regarding this proposal. We did discuss with Heritage, they don't have issues, but I think since there's so many neighbors in the adjacent neighbors opposing to this, the owner have decided to defer the hearing until we've sorted out the issues.
Thank you. So my understanding is you want to defer really because your client would like to have conversations with neighbors who have expressed opposition?
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. I believe we have at least one person, if not more.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We'll call up Naomi.
Thank you very much. Ms. Maris, thank you very much. As you heard, the agent has indicated a request for deferral. So we only have one request of you. First, I'll ask actually two requests. The first one is to your name and address, please. And then secondly, the question is, are you in favor of a deferral or not? So. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for being here, by the way. Any others? No? Okay, well, I think we can take it into committee and look forward to a motion for deferral.
Put forward a motion to approve the deferral.
Thank you, Mr. Bissonnette. Could I have a seconder? Thank you, Mr. Gogan. Thank you. All those in favor of deferral? Thank you. Mr. Chan, you have your deferral. Okay, moving on to item number 4. Item number 4 is 57 Ontario Street, Unit 104. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, site grading plan, floor plans and elevations. 7 photographs, interior photographs of the subject site, received December 19th, 2024. 9 photographs of the subject site, received January 16th, 2025. A decision number affecting the subject property, indemnity agreement from the agent, received February 11th, 2025, and site-specific zoning bylaws affecting the subject property. I think that's it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. We also have 2 registered speakers in opposition online.
Thank you. Is this Mr. Siddiqui? Mr. Siddiqui, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for being here. We will need a little presentation because we do have a couple of folks in opposition.
Sure, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Your name and address, please.
Yes, name Arshad Siddiqui from C Architecture Limited, 3485 Rebecca Street, Oakville. I'm acting as agent for the owners of Unit 104 at 57 Ontario Street. Project is to do an interior fit out for a new dental office in this commercial condo unit for the mezzanine floor addition within the unit, which is a double height space. We understand that the total gross floor area allowable on this property is 18,400 square meters. With the previous approval back in August 2021, 18,659.83 was approved. We are requesting another 46.83 meters square of mezzanine addition to impact this gross floor area of all buildings on this parcel of land to be approved so that we can proceed with building permit process.
Thank you. Let me just see if any of my colleagues have any questions at this point. If not, I'll move on to those in opposition. Any questions, folks? No? Okay. We can move on to those in opposition to this application.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the first speaker.
Is that Mr. Karimi?
Mr. Karimi is owner's rep, so
Hello,
Sorry.
it's Omid Karimi. Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Name and address, please.
Okay, Omid Karimi. I'm representing 424 Adelaide Street East to 446 Adelaide Street East.
Thank you. Do you want to? You've got 5 minutes.
Okay, well, we just wanted to say not to accept it because there's already a dental office there across the street, literally. And our clients, when they were purchasing their 4 units, they ended up looking at that unit first, and because of the size and they couldn't add any more space to it, they ended up buying the one on 424 Adelaide Street. Adding another dental office is going to bring down the value of their property and their business for future if they ever want to do anything.
Thank you. Let me just see if any of my colleagues have any questions of you. None? Just one quick question. Your objection isn't really to the variance before us, because the variance... Ouch. The variance before us essentially doesn't identify the specific use, but your objection is the use, not so much the
use and
increasing the gross
adding
floor.
more. Yes, adding more floors,
Okay.
giving them more op rooms to work out of.
Okay. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next person in opposition. Mr. Shan Liu.
Shan, you've been unmuted.
Thirty seconds remaining.
Through the chair, we were unable to locate Shan Liu of 440 Adelaide Street East.
Thank you. Mr. Siddiqui, are you still there?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Mr. Siddiqui, I wonder if you could just respond to the comments made by Mr. Karimi.
Sure. Thanks for the comments from Mr. Karimi. As you already mentioned to him, that use of the property is not in question. For the mezzanine floor expansion, we are not looking for more operatories. The proposal is for getting more storage space and a washroom on mezzanine level, as shown in the drawings.
Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have any specific questions for you. Any questions, folks? No? Mr. Siddiqui, I just wanted to clarify from my own thinking, the changes that you're requesting, the additional gross floor area space, is an internal change?
It is an internal change.
Thank you. If we don't have, I don't see any other questions, let me take it into committee and, pardon me, hopefully come up with a motion. Colleagues? Take it into committee. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
I'll just go right into a motion. It is an internal change. It is a unit that's already been leased to a dental company, so even though use isn't in question, the use is already determined based on the materials before us. And I don't see this internal mezzanine for storage and a staff washroom as being impactful. So for that reason, I find it minor and would move to approve it.
Thank you. Ms. West, seconding. Thank you. Ms. West seconds. Mr. Ghosh moved the motion. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Siddiqui, you have your approval. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5. Item number 5, pardon me. Item number 5 is 197 Westview Boulevard. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 11 photographs of trees, and the subject property, trees and the subject property received December 31st, 2024. Email correspondence from the agent received February 19th, 2025. Staff reports from Transportation Engineering received March the 6th, 2025. We also have Urban Forestry report received March the 19th, 2025. We have correspondence in opposition from 192 Westview Boulevard received March the 17th, 2025.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, and we have a number of speakers here in person.
Thank you. Mr. Akhtar?
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, good morning. Mr. Akhtar, if you can just have your name and address to begin with.
Yes, my name is Faizan Akhtar of FA Engineering. Address is 1237 Woodbine Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M4C4E5.
Thank you. We'll need a presentation, please. 5 minutes. We've got folks in opposition.
Sure, perfect. Thank you. So we're proposing an addition to increase the floor space index and to convert the home to a triplex where the owner, they'll be occupying the main floor level while they rent the basement and second floor. We have about 7 variances there on the list. I'll go through each one of them briefly and explain the reason for having those variances there. The first variance is related to the height of the main floor level. That is essentially there to increase the basement height, right, to get a higher headroom in the basement. Item number 2 on the in the variances is essentially due to the inherent nature of the property, where the property lines, they are curved. And if you look at the actual site plan, we are complying with the front yard setback on one corner of the lot, but we don't comply on the other corner, right? So it's actually the inherent nature of the property and the curved property lines that are causing this variance to occur. From there on, the required side yard setback there, we are following the existing setbacks. We haven't really encroached onto the setback there. We're just following it in the same plane. And then we have the building plan that is again due to the nature of the lot itself, where if you measure it from one corner, we are complying with the building length, but we don't comply from the other end. Similarly, the permitted height, I spoke to the homeowner and we're removing the variance number 6 that is related to the height of the main walls, because essentially we are complying with the overall height, but the wall height was a little bit higher than than the than 7.56 meter. The required is 7.5 meter, but we're at 7.56 meters, so we'll remove that variance. And the parking space length is allowed to be at 5.6 meter, but we are at 5.11 meters. In general, we believe that the proposal promotes housing in the neighborhood, and while also allowing the homeowner to occupy the main floor. So we kindly request the committee to grant us the approval.
Is that it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We've got some folks in opposition, so we'll need you to come back and respond. Thank you. We'll move on to...
Through you, Mr. Chair, everyone here is in person that wishes to speak, so I would just ask that you take turns, come up to the podium. So one at a time.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome.
My name is Andre Ketchkametti. I live at 193 Westview Boulevard.
And my name is Maureen Nolan, and I also live at 193 Westview Boulevard.
You're from your same address, I think.
Correct.
Correct.
So I am going to...
We're aware it's the 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're tag teaming on this one.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Right. You want to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
Okay, so with regards to the extended footprint of this property, it's well known that East York does currently have a large flooding problem. And with this lot, there were currently 3 major trees that were in the lot, and one has already been taken down. And with the new footprint, I believe that there will be at least one more taken down, and then another one potentially in the back that may be taken down. And that leads us to having a very big problem in terms of where will the water go if the trees are not there to take up the water. We've had many flooding within the areas, and we are hoping that in some way that they can mitigate that issue with creating and putting in sump pumps. But there's also an issue of where exactly will the sump pumps be having the discharge, because again, if it comes south or to the east, that would then bring problems, because we are at the base of the valley of the Victoria Park. So there's already water coming down from that hill, and therefore we're just concerned as to where will the water then go. We know that there is an issue that is going to be somewhat fixed within Westview Boulevard, but there is still the fact that Yardley does come down a hill, and so we're just concerned with the water removal of what will happen with this larger footprint on this property. I'm also concerned with the sight lines of the edge going on the north side, because there is Yardley and Westview are in that area, and we've had issues with the previous owner had a fence that they had to put up, and they were not given a variance of going to the full 6 feet because of the sight line. So they did not have permission to put a fence up there at the regular height because of the sight line, and now a building will be going up and could potentially have issues with the sightline. And this is very important for me because there's a lot of small children in the area and a lot of families that have children. And we know that they are, running around and going through, and they may or may not stop. And it's very dangerous. We've had lots of near misses in that area. So I'm just concerned with the sightline in that area. So I'll cede to my partner.
Okay. Also, my concern is regarding the parking situation. The proposed site is supposed to have 4 living units in it, and there's only parking for 2. Now, as I understand it, the use of the site will be for personal family members to be occupying it. However, this doesn't take into account any future concerns regarding how long the family may stay and reside in this proposed building. So we do not have on-street overnight parking currently in the area. Therefore, that is also a concern about what future tenants, whether it's family or whether it's sold after that, because once the building is erected, it's there. And the parking situation will not accommodate any future issues with parking in the area. As I think we did the sump pump. Okay, so that's it. And also, we are not that far. We are like 2 units to the south of this proposed building, and with the height variance that is being proposed, we also do have privacy concerns, considering the setback from the street protrudes more into our backyard visual range than houses that would normally be next to each other in a linear fashion. So because of the diagonal nature of the area, that is another concern.
39 seconds.
I'm sorry?
39 seconds.
Oh, 39, oh, I'm already there. Yeah, no, so those are, I think that concludes our concerns for the proposed building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues, anybody has a question for you? None? I see none. Thank you very much, and we'll have the agent respond to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll ask for the next speaker. That's here in person, the next speaker.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my comments.
A name and address, please.
My name's Edward Tom. I'm at 195 Westview. My comments are, I reiterate most of what was said, but I have added comments. When I first got this thing, it came up as a minor variation. Well, they're going to put a dormer window up or something. I get 7 minor variations, most of which encroach on my side. And it's small variations, but a hell of a lot of them. Where does it stop being a variation and a new build? Anyway, to get back, the proposal for the basement apartments, I think, is a bad idea. We have a very high water level there. Very high water level. I myself was flooded in July. And when I spoke to Mr. Sani's son, I think it was, he had said they were proposing sump pumps. These will have to pump out onto Yardley. They cannot come in to my side because the water just doesn't go anywhere. So that's my main problem is that. And I don't, I think I know why they want to put in a fourplex, and it's the city proposal to do it, and it's going to be carried anyway. But, I mean, the site is more designed for a single bungalow or two houses, which they're doing a lot of in the neighbourhood. So I think this is, it's a badly thought out thing, and it's going to affect, the slope will affect my building, it will affect my oversight, everything. Sorry, I'm getting personal. But from a neighbourhood viewpoint, I've spoken to people around the neighbourhood, and nobody's really very keen on this idea at all, of this density. It's a neighbourhood of 2-bedroom bungalows converted to tops or 2 together. And to go this route in that neighbourhood, I don't think it's a great idea. There's a problem. They're going to have to do new drains right down the whole of Westview. I'm rabbiting on here. Anyway, that may or may not happen because we've been talking about it for 10 years and nothing's been done. So basically, I think it needs to be rethought. But That's all I've got to say. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you.
Just,
Ms. West?
yes, just what was his address?
195.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tom is immediately adjacent to the subject property
On the south.
Oh,
on the south side.
Yes, thank you.
so I'm not speaking properly.
No, it's okay. We hear you, understand you clearly.
Okay.
Thank you very kindly. Thank you very much. We'll
Thank you.
have the agent give you a response.
Right.
Thank you. Do we have any other?
For you, Mr. Chair, we do have one other speaker.
Morning.
Good morning. Name and
Excuse me.
address, please.
Janice Walls, 192 Westview Boulevard.
Thank you.
So I am across the street and down a little bit from the subject property. My biggest concern is, again, with the stormwater problem we have in that area. We have on this proposal a proposed increase in the footprint from 1,055 square feet to 1,534. So it's about a 50% increase in the footprint of the building. This is going to reduce the permeable surface available to absorb runoff in major storms, one of which we had in July, and a lot of our street flooded again, and people are adding sump pumps, but we've got a very high water table, as was already mentioned. This drainage problem is exacerbated by the fact that on the north side of the property, there was a very mature tree that was removed after a storm when one limb was damaged. The whole tree was taken down, and it seemed to be very suddenly done. No one was aware that a tree was coming down, and it took up a lot of storm runoff. There's also a very healthy magnolia tree right in front, so that would be on the west side of the property, which I believe the building or the building itself or the front porch would be interfering with. I'm not sure. I think on one of the plans there was no evidence that it was remaining, so that's another major tree. So in July, for example, our street flooded terribly. I've had a backflow valve for 25 years now because we've had decades of terrible floods in this neighborhood. And the backflow valve has always managed it, but on this particular storm, the groundwater was so soaked that it still came up and I had to put in a sump pump. So that's just an indication of how bad the problem is. One other concern that I had was the site plan shows that the front steps will be 1.32 meters from the property line on the west side, and the proposed porch will be as close as 0.61 meters from the property line on the northwest corner where it bends there. The front porch will encroach 4.5 meters into the front yard setback. I'm concerned this is going to reduce visibility at this corner, which is already a problematic kind of corner because we have so many kids going down to the school that's south of here, and a lot of daycares bringing kids along there all the time. It's the Yardley, the road on the north side, slopes down from Victoria Park, so people just gradually pick up speed, and they come in there pretty fast. So I think that anyone going north on Westview is going to not be able to see oncoming traffic coming down Yardley. That's my concern there. Even though it's a four-way stop, people speed down to it. So that's a sightline issue. The other thing that makes me uncomfortable is that the reason given on the application for the development was an expanding family. And yet there's 4 units with 4 entrances and a number of walkways. So it doesn't, it was bought in 2022 as a single family. It's a bungalow. It's been rented out since, and it's become a real eyesore on the street because partly because of the tenants leaving stuff on their front lawn all the time. But the other thing is there's a fence that goes around from the south side right near the sidewalk. Basically, it follows the sidewalk around. and it hasn't been maintained since it was put in. So it's a real eyesore with weeds growing out of it at all times, and I think that probably should come out, and they would probably want it out if they're trying to rent the units. But I have the same concerns about, you know, we say, the developer's now saying that they're going to put their elderly parents in one unit. But, you know, how long does that last? We're not against rental housing in the area. We have a really nice looking condo building on the corner, which is out on O'Connor, which is a busier street.
I could just ask you to wrap up. You're running out of time.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
that would be the only thing. And the parking is also a concern. We have 2-hour parking on our street, nothing overnight. So that's it. Those are my concerns.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Any questions, folks? No? None? Thank you very kindly. We'll hopefully, you'll get some feedback from the agent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can now hear from the agent, as I do not see any other speakers for this item.
Thank you. Mr. Akhtar, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
If you can respond to the concerns that the neighbors have raised, please.
Sure, please. So I think one of the major concerns that all the neighbors have is the flooding problem and the actual footprint of the building, right? So for that reason, we are actually complying with the lot coverage. And also, if you look at the landscape, we've left quite a bit of soft landscaping all around. So we do comply with the landscaping requirement as well. So that should mitigate any issues for flooding there. And also in terms of the sightline and parking concerns that the neighbor had, we did consult with the transportation department, and they did not have any concerns in regards to the stop sign that is at the corner of Westview. Because if you look at the actual sightline, the street itself is quite far. So the building itself would not hinder the sightline. And that was the opinion of transportation as well. That's why I think they've provided a letter mentioning that they do not have any concern with the proposal. Also, the multiplex elevation, we've designed it in a way that the elevations do resemble a home in the neighborhood, so it doesn't become an eyesore rather than a large building just standing out. And that's about it. I mean, the landscape requirements, we could have built a little bit of a larger footprint, but that won't comply with the landscape requirement. And we had multiple back and forth with the examiner, the zoning examiner, and now the final footprint that we are proposing does comply with the landscape requirements. So I would request the honorable members of the committee to kindly approve the variances.
Thank you, Mr. Akhtar. Just a quick question. I don't know if I've misheard you, but did you address the concerns of neighbors related to water, potential flooding issues in your property, and how you intend disposing of surplus water that may pour into your basements?
So in order to obtain the building permit, right, we will need to get a qualified surveyor to have the lot grading plan done in a way that it complies with the building code requirements, so they don't encounter flooding there in their lots. And one of the major things were the landscaping requirements, right? We do intend to comply with all the landscaping requirements.
Thank you. And you do know that you probably know that you do have a forestry condition as well.
Yes, that is fine with us.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues. Oh, okay. Mr. Gogan has a question for you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Did you present a arborist report with your application?
We don't have an arborist report yet, but the concern that the neighbors had for the tree that was taken down with a permit. And right now too, we are in the process, the homeowners, they're actually in the process of hiring an arborist, and we will meet we'll meet all the conditions from forestry in order to get the zoning approvals.
Okay. And just there's a tree in the photographs and on Google Earth and whatnot, but not on your survey of a tree immediately, a very large tree immediately north of your existing building. That tree is still there, correct?
Yeah, I think that tree is still there, and we plan to not remove that tree. That is probably going to just be an injury permit rather than a removal permit.
Yeah, and again, just go back to what the chair identified, that forestry recommended refusal or deferral because of these issues. Is that something you would consider deferral?
Or if
Meet with forestry to resolve these issues in advance? Or would you like, again, that's the option here, is that we carry on or you request deferral?
Or if you could please consider putting a condition there, a condition for approval from forestry prior.
Got it, thank you. That was just.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks? No? Perhaps we can take it into committee and for a discussion and a decision.
I'll throw something.
Mr. Logan, thank you.
Usually, forestry is, I think, very good with regard to giving good advice about processed applicants, about how to manage it. This is an interesting thing, not only because of the flooding concerns that the neighbors have identified, but that the trees, there are some significant trees on the site that I think will be impacted by the proposed plan of the building. And so if we put a condition that they satisfy forestry, I'm not sure they will be able to satisfy forestry with the proposed, because damage, I don't know what the outcome would be, damage or removal of some of those trees. So my suggestion would be that the applicant resolve that with forestry first. Because, anyway, but in light of that, I find that that's a big issue. The existing trees, and the fact that it's not shown on the site plan by the surveyor of the significant tree to the north is a problem for me. And the impact on those trees. So this is kind of unknown territory for me where we don't know what we don't know, right? So, anyway, thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. West?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Mr. Gogan. I agree maybe a deferral will be a good idea so that they have enough time to resolve with the urban forestry.
I'm sorry, I'm wondering if there's something I'm not seeing, because I only see the ordinary forestry report recommending a condition 2. I don't see anything recommending discussions with urban forestry or recommending that we either defer or.
In the forestry staff report.
They request deferral or they request denial.
So recommendations, points 4 and 5.
Oh, thank you. Okay, let me. No, so I think this is just the standard. Am I misinterpreting it? Okay, let me take a look. I see. Thank you.
I think the agent is aware.
But those are very generic reports that forestry normally has, right?
Sorry.
Where
Excuse me, sorry, we're in committee right now. Can you hold your comments, please? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I agree with Member Ghosh on this.
Yeah, this is just the standard where it outlines
so if we can
what the 5 are.
If we can present the report, this is their standard report. They've made some changes where they've split up the conditions 1, 2, and 3 to the recommendations 4 and 5, and then advisory comments. But item number 5, 197 Westview Boulevard, they have checked off condition number 2.
Yeah, which essentially means that they aren't actually recommending 4 or 5, the deferral or denial. They're just suggesting.
That's correct. So if they had checked off number 4 and 5, they would have submitted a supplementary report outlining the issues.
All right. I gave it more weight because there was no arborist report with the application. to give a plan for what was proposed to be removed or harmed. So, thanks.
Yeah. I moving along from the tree issue, I think the neighbors are probably correct in their concern that an assurance that it's a family member moving into this unit is not an assurance that they can rely on. But that's also not really a consideration for the committee. We're to look at how this development fits in the context regardless of who ends up living there. So in that sense, though, then we do have to assume that it probably will be a rental property, if not immediately. I don't want to say either that the applicant is not genuine in saying a family member will be there, just that that's not really a consideration. So if it's a rental property, a fourplex, this is just one sort of block in from O'Connor. Fourplexes are allowed as of right, so then we're looking at the variances themselves, and I do think that the flooding issue, that's, the power that the committee has is to look at the soft landscaping variances as the applicant submits, and they're not asking for one. So I see it as an approvable application when I look at it as a whole.
Thank you. Mr. Bissonnette, any thoughts?
I think that this type of alteration and development is desirable. It increases the number of units in the neighborhood. We're in a housing crisis. I do want some assurances about protections of trees and vegetation. But that ultimately is not up to us. So overall, I find it supportable.
Thank you very much. I think this is one of those challenges where we always see what may look like a lot of variances, but individually they're not major variances, they are minor. It's the kind of stuff that we've deal with on a fairly regular basis. And to Mr. Ghosh's point, we don't decide how the properties are going to be utilized in terms of who lives there. That's beyond our purview. There are forestry conditions, and as the agent also noted, that before they get a building permit, they'll have to have approval, I suppose, of the grading of the property and drainage issues. So I see this as a supportable application, and hopefully for the sake of the owners of the new property, they will definitely look into issues related to drainage and flooding. Otherwise, they'll have a property that would become problematic in the long term. So perhaps I will turn to colleagues and look for a motion for this amended application.
Okay, I'll put forward a motion. I'll put forward a motion to approve the application subject to forestry condition number 2, which I do agree is an important condition in this case. But the variances themselves are all minimally impactful in this situation, and the development is desirable. It meets the 4 tests.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Do we have a second? Mr. Bissonnette, thank you. All those in favor of this amended application? 4, any opposed? 1, thank you. Ms. West opposes. This application has been approved, amended application. Thank you. All right. Anybody need a break, or are we good? Good to go. Thank you. Okay, item number 6. 242 Forest Hill Road. The committee had before it the following communication. Copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 11 photographs of the subject property received January 9th, 2025. Presentation materials from Franco Romano planner received March 19th, 2025. And we have staff reports from Urban Forestry received March 19th, 2025. And okay, this is also from Urban Forestry, received March 13th, 2025. We also have correspondence in support from 238 Forest Hill Road, received March 19th, 2025. We also have opposition correspondence from 239 Forest Hill Road, 243 Forest Hill Road, 244 Forest Hill Road, received on March the 19th. We also have materials in opposition from 244 Forest Hill Road, received March the 20th, 2025.
For you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, and we have 3 registered speakers in opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Romano, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon or good morning, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano, Action Planning, 321 Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. Thank you and good morning. Since we have people in opposition, I wonder if we could please have a 5-minute presentation.
Yes, very much so. If staff can bring up the presentation material, thank you kindly, appreciate that. So slide 1 shows a site plan drawing, and firstly, Urban Forestry's condition of approval is acceptable, and they do note that none of the tree impacts relate to the dwelling or the variances. They relate to as-of-right permissions in the rear yard related to the pool. And there's no variances related to the pool or that amenity space in the backyard. So what I'm showing on slide number 1 is the building footprint is shown in a black line, and that affects the building length and depth of just over 22 meters, about 22.86 meters. The side yard setbacks on the top is 0.88 meters, and on the bottom is 1.2 meters, whereas 1.5 meters is required. Quite common to have building length and depth and side yard setback variances, and I'll show that on another slide and explain it. But on slide 1, you'll see that the 3rd floor is outlined in magenta, and at the top, you'll see that there's a portion there that is it's beyond 1.5 meters from the side yard to the west. That side yard setback for the 3rd floor is for the staircase. Otherwise, the rest of the 3rd floor is within the building footprint, and it's about 35% of the building footprint, and it's fully within the roof, and we'll see that in other slides. In terms of building length and depth, the 2-story portion is 20.4 meters, but the variance relates to a 1-story bump out, which is at the upper left of the building footprint. So it's an articulated footprint. You see that in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor. On slide number 2, you'll see the front facade. The building height is zoning bylaw compliant. The wall heights are zoning bylaw compliant. The eaves there basically are no eaves because the 3rd floor and that roof is set over top of the footprint. So there is no real projection beyond. In blue outline, I have the as-of-right permissions in terms of setbacks, building height, eaves. So we'll see that the building mass for what is being proposed is mitigated as compared to what is permitted as of right. I know there are some comments related to sunlight and shadow, but really what we see in terms of building footprint and mass is that the proposal is sculpted, and there will be a roof on this building, whether it's 2 or 3 stories, and the 3rd story is built into the roof line. On the right-hand side of the roof, we'll see that there's a bit of a dormer there. That is the staircase. If we go to the next slide, please, slide number 3, we'll see same condition for the side on both sides. This is the east elevation or towards the west. We'll see within the middle, there's some vertical lines. That is a 2.08 meter setback, and that's where the stairs are up above. So there are no windows on that side, and we'll see that at the back, the ground-related patio and deck is really at grade. We'll see the grade rises a little bit from front to back. We'll go to slide number 4. We'll see a similar condition. On this side, this is a 1.22 meter side yard setback. Those windows on the second floor are bathroom and laundry spaces. So there are no living spaces, no bedroom windows. On the first floor, it's pantry, servery, and dining, and that's quite common to have first floor windows, so I don't see that there's any privacy issues or concerns. And we'll see that the building mass is, again, articulated. And on slide 5, there's an air photo context as well as a sampling of approvals. I don't put in, there's many approvals within this neighborhood, including some recent ones where there's building setbacks of 0.47 meters, as well as building lengths in excess of 30 meters. Floor space index on Forest Hill and Dunvegan in particular range up to 1.0 times. And we'll see examples here. I just showed the length in the FSI, but each one of these, I think all of them on this table, but 5 have side yard setback variances. So they all have side yard setbacks of 0.61, 0.91, 1.2, and this is on both sides of each of these dwellings. So it's quite common to have the variances that are being proposed. Planning staff have no objections. We have no objection to the urban forestry condition of approval, and I submit that the application is minor in nature. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Romano. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions at this point. If not, we'll hold off till later. None? Okay. We have some folks in opposition.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We'll call up the owner at 244 Forest Hill Road.
Good morning.
Morning.
Welcome.
Thank you.
If you could state your name and address, please.
Absolutely. My name is Erwin Prince. I live at 244 Forest Hill Road, directly adjacent to 242. Let me begin by telling you that I fully support responsible and reasonable development, but development that respects zoning intent, neighborhood principles, and community context. This application does just the opposite. It disregards zoning principles and community context. It treats the Planning Act and zoning bylaws as if they're inconvenient guidelines, words on paper that can be dismissed with a polished design and a few past approvals. Let's talk about the numbers, because they matter. An increase of 157% in floor space index, from the permitted 0.35 to 0.9. That's nearly triple the allowable density, triple. Building length, 34.5% longer than permitted. Building depth, 20.8% deeper than zoning allows. Side yard setbacks, reduced by up to 41.3%, shrinking the space between the buildings literally not even an arm's reach apart. There is nothing minor about any of these variances. They represent a massive overreach. Let's turn to the applicant's supporting materials. Their submission attempts to downplay the scale of their proposal, but the fact is, it's a different story. Yes, the third floor footprint is somewhat smaller than the second floor. I acknowledge that. Slide 4, please, if you're able to bring that up on my side. I'll carry on. The second story remains oversized, and the structure still creates an overwhelming massing effect, windows or not. Critically, the applicant still has not provided a shadow study. We've got no evidence to assess how the height and depth will impact sunlight access. And the sampling of past approvals is misleading. Each variance must be assessed on its own merits, and none of the cited approvals that are sought are this extreme. The committee and the Toronto Local Approval Board have rejected comparable overdevelopment. Think of 192 Dunvegan Road, denied for excessive massing and visual impact. 209 Kenilworth Avenue, rejected due to overshadowing and overreach. 50 Fernville Road, refused because massing was substantial, not minor. And 419 Hillsdale Avenue East, overturned due to privacy and light impacts, even with modern variances. This application exceeds them all. Again, FSI nearly 3 times what is permitted. Length up by 35%, depth by 21%, side yard setbacks reduced by 41%. Let's consider each of the 4 legal tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. This application fails each one. First, it undermines the official plan, which is meant to preserve the character of established neighborhoods by ensuring appropriate building size, massing, and fit within the streetscape, not some other street. This proposal does the opposite. It's overbuilt, disproportionately scaled, and completely out of sync with its surroundings. Second, it violates the intent of the zoning bylaw, which was crafted specifically to prevent this kind of overdevelopment. The bylaw sets limits for a reason, to preserve the rhythm, spacing, and scale of where we're looking. Third, it's not a desirable development for this community. If it was, I would embrace it. It imposes real harm on adjacent properties, such as mine, reduced light, diminished privacy, and restricted access. And fourth, there's nothing minor about what's being asked. A 157 increase in floor space index, nearly 3 times, that's not minor. A building length that exceeds zoning by 35%, depth, an increase of 21%, and a side yard setback that is slashed by over 41%. These aren't slight adjustments, they're extreme departures from what the bylaw allows. There's nothing minor about this application. To say otherwise would undermine the very purpose of zoning itself. And finally, the most important point why this application must be declined. This application is a request for sweeping exceptions made without meaningful justification, not driven by community need, but by an effort to maximize buildable area far beyond.
I wonder if you could wrap up. We're running out of time. Thank you.
God, thank you. Far beyond what planning rules envision. It's out of scale, out of step, and out of line with what's appropriate in this instance. The applicant's own aerial drawing, the one that he just put up, which is very, very faint, makes the point. This proposed house is well beyond the back of every house on that block, beyond every single house on that block. You can't even see it. It's that pale on the bottom side. There's no shadow study, no compelling justification for these extreme variations. Approving this would send the wrong message.
I'm sorry, but you have run out of time.
I'm good. I respectfully urge the committee to deny this application.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if any questions from the committee members. Any questions at this point, folks? No? Thank you. Thank you very kindly. We'll move on to the next person. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 243 Forest Hill Road.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. I have some ridiculous echo here. I'm not sure why.
You may have two devices.
Yeah.
If you can turn off one of the devices. Are you good, Mr. Goldman?
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can perfectly now.
Great,
Thank
great.
you.
Good morning. I'm Ron Goldman, the owner and resident of 243 Forest Hill Road.
Thank you.
Which is directly across from 242. I'm here to voice my objections regarding the magnitude of the requested variances. I think that the previous speaker has really covered all the bases, so I just want to state my agreement with his objections. The proposed variance of 0.9 for permitted floor space is really an aggressive request that is the result of will result to be completely out of step with our neighborhood. So I respectfully request that the committee decline the request for the variances and Thank you for your time.
Thank you very kindly. Do we have any additional folks?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 239 Forest Hill Road.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hi, Ms. Lederman.
Hi.
Name and address, please.
I'm Jennifer Liederman, 239 Forest Hill Road.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. I represent the co-owners, which are myself, my husband, and we are in strong opposition to this, what we consider a massive overdevelopment. We can completely agree with all the points made by Mr. Prince, who's directly affected. We think that this development does not meet the 4 tests, which we outlined very clearly in a letter we sent in, dated March 18. And we are concerned about the cumulative impact that the built form would allow, such as adverse impact on the use and enjoyment of the property of neighbors immediately adjoining, loss of privacy, Mr. Prince being one, and the impact on the neighborhood and the streetscape. In particular, we are concerned about the side yard setbacks, especially the 0.88 meter setback from the west side lot line. We think this is ridiculous. We think the 1.2 meter setbacks, which instead of the 1.5, are an overreach. From our perspective and based on our experience, and we've lived in this area for 42 years, these kind of reductions of side yard setbacks produce dangerous situations, such as if there's a fire or if you're trying to maintain your own property. It's very difficult. There's safety concerns for workmen, for the residents. When you try to go to the roof, when you try to do chimney repairs, we've had that problem. We think that these kind of side yard setbacks should not be allowed in this neighborhood. The 1.5 should be strictly enforced. With respect to FSI, like Mr. Prince and like Mr. Goldman, we think the 0.9 is way too much. This, if allowed, would be a very bad precedent for this area. And it's, we see that the FSIs presented by the applicant contain Dunvegan Road, which is not part of our immediate neighborhood and not part of our streetscape. And they also contain some properties that are in the 100s and the early 200s. We are really in the mid to late 200 numbers of Forest Hill Road. And if the FSI average had been done of our immediate neighborhood, which is the issue that the official plan and the zoning bylaw talks about, we think, and we didn't have time to do this because of the 30-day restriction, the average would probably be 0.6 FSI. The 0.9 is ridiculous, and it's making a really bad precedent for further developments. We're not against developments, but we think that developments should be done properly. And our neighborhood is a very stable, established neighborhood. It has been described as an enclave. We have a daughter that's taking over our house. There will be generational pass on of properties in this area because of housing unavailability, because of housing costs. We think this should be taken into effect. And the other thing we'd like to point out is the general intent and purpose of the official plan. I'd like to read, with respect to development criteria in neighborhoods, the official plan says, the stability of neighborhoods' physical character is one of the keys to Toronto's success. While communities experience constant social and demographic change, the general physical character of Toronto's residential neighborhood endures. Physical changes to established neighborhoods, like such as ours, stable and established, must be sensitive, gradual, and fit the existing physical character. A key objective of this plan is that new developments respect and reinforce the general physical patterns in the neighborhood. We do not believe this application does any of the above, and this test alone, it fails. And once it fails one test,
Ms.
The
Lederman,
application, in our opinion, should
sorry
be
to
denied.
interrupt, but can you wrap up, please? You're running out of
Yes,
time.
I'll wrap
Thank
up.
you.
We're concerned too about infrastructure, city's infrastructure, storm sewage, and the water table, which we're very concerned that you get into these big overdevelopments. We're not saving the planet. We're not saving the environment. We're not helping carbon footprints. And we think that given all these considerations, one of the duties of the committee is to protect the residents. So please deny this application, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lederman. Let me just see if there are any questions. Any questions from Ms. Lederman at this point? No? Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can go back to the agent at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Romano?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman.
You've heard the comments from people in opposition. I wonder if you could please provide some responses.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to Mr. Prince, Mr. Goldman, Ms. Lederman for their participation, their comments. Much appreciated. I am a registered professional planner, and I also agree that the official plan does talk about general physical characters, and the proposal is to fit within those general physical characters. This is a neighborhood that is in transition. There are older housing stock, just like the subject site, and there's quite a bit of redevelopment that's occurring, and the redevelopment that is occurring is consistently larger than the dwellings that are being replaced, and they are consistently larger in building length, depth, and floor space index. And the staff can bring us to slide number 5 of my presentation slides again, please. In this case, I'm not going to walk through each one of my slides again, but I do want to reiterate that the 0.9 floor space index as a result of the third floor being within the roof counting as part of the floor area. I think it's an efficient use of that space, and if that space was not being used as a third floor or habitable space, the floor space index would be 0.73. And at 0.73, it is at the low end of the range of both existing first generation homes and new construction, because new construction is consistently in the 0.8s and 0.9s, 1.0, as I mentioned, both on Forest Hill and on Dunvegan and then within the neighborhood. Mr. Irwin pointed out 192 Dunvegan, and he's correct that it was refused by the TLAB, but it was, if you read the decision, it was refused by the TLAB because it had an integral garage and 3 levels of living above. So basically, the TLAB looked at it as a 4-story building, and there were some significant tree injuries as a result of the variances associated with that development. Well, what Mr. Irwin does not point out, however, and I show in my chart, at 192 Dunvegan then reattended to the Committee of Adjustment seeking an application that received approval for a floor space index of 0.8, a building length and depth of 26.44 meters, as well as side yard setback variances. Similarly, 45 Dunvegan very recently received 22 meters up to 32 meters underground for the below grade portion. That's also a common condition in this neighborhood. That is not what's being proposed in this instance. The building length and depth is not underground. And that had 47 centimeter and 90 centimeter side yard setbacks. In terms of what currently exists, the 2 neighboring properties, 244 and 240 Forest Hill, illustrate the existing character development in terms of side yard setbacks, and they are at 0.64 to 1.03 meter side yard setbacks. That's the existing first generation homes. So what's occurring with new construction is that pattern continues, and that is consistent with the existing and the planned context. In terms of shadow, the height of what is being proposed is smaller, and there are no eave projections. So the shadow compared between as of right and what is being proposed, I would submit that what is permitted as of right would be much larger. And I haven't even touched on, but I will right now, the fact that this neighborhood, just like every other neighborhood in the city of Toronto, is permitted to have a multiplex. duplex, triplex, or fourplex can occur on this subject site as of right with no FSI performance standard applicable, and it can be an entirely built form of 11 meters in height with a 1.4 meter step back at the front and a 1.4 meter step back at the back. That is a significantly larger building mass than what is being proposed, and that shadow would be much more significant. So I would submit that planning staff have no concerns. I have no concerns in terms of the variances. It's my opinion that they satisfy all 4 tests for a minor variance. And again, the private tree permit that Urban Forestry is requesting because of non-minor variance related items is satisfactory to my client. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Any questions, folks? No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Romano. I think we'll
welcome
into committee for discussion. Folks, any comments, any thoughts?
Sure. As I look around on Google Maps, notably 247 Forest Hill Road, I see houses of similar stature. I disagree that this would fundamentally change the neighborhood of the street. I find the application for variances to be supportable, and I think it actually continues the symmetry of the neighborhood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bissonnette. Any other thoughts, any comments? Mr. Ghosh?
I think the focus on FSI was a little odd or misplaced in that I don't think there's a single house on this street. As I look at it, I know FSI can be difficult to visualize for those that are not expert in the area, but I don't think there's a single house on this street that's a 0.35 FSI. Now, the neighbor across the street who said the average would probably be around 0.6 of the original stock homes, that could be right, but 0.9 is to 0.6. It's not actually that much of a difference, especially with the point that was made about the third story. So I think the focus on FSI, and this is 3 times the FSI, is maybe misguided. But I do think that where I have a bit more sympathy is on the side yard setback and on the depth. And the side yard setback, especially to the west, is bringing it much closer to the existing residence at 244. I'm not sure that, so I do think there are impacts there. I'm not sure that those impacts stray beyond the minor. I think Mr. Bissonnette's point that there are a lot of homes like this and that the neighborhood is trending that way also makes sense. So those are kind of my thoughts. FSI, I think, is an easy one to approve. Side yard setback and depth, that requires more thought, but I'm not strictly opposed to it.
Thank you. Any other, Mr. Gogan? Thank you.
A little bit. Thanks, Phil, for that. I kind of agree. Like, this is a full replacement home. This is not trying to reuse existing foundations or legacy issues from the. This is a. So I agree that that not going to be in compliance with a lot of this size, not being compliant with the minimum side yard setbacks and related. It's hard to defend. I think you're right. FSI. I don't think anyone on this block is compliant. There's a lot of older homes, but there's still 0.35 is a tough thing to follow. So rear yard setback, maybe that can be discussed, but I think that there's just too many small things that I don't think were necessary, that are not really defendable with regard to a brand new replacement home not being compliant and adjacent to their existing neighbors and property line. So I just find there's too many minor variances here, and they add up to what I think is significant. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gogan. Ms. West, any thoughts?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. When I first look at this application, for me also the FSI was questionable, but like when Mr. Romano break it down, that 0.73 times is the one without the habitable space on the roof, so that explained that. Depth and length, I understand. The only thing which I oppose is the west side yard setback 0.88 meter, because the neighbor also on the west side, number 244 also opposed that. The rest, I think it's fine. The depth and length, I understand. The only thing which maybe they overlook on the neighbors. So in case it will be approved, I think the privacy screen on this deck will be helpful. That's my comment.
Thank you. I think for my part, I thought Mr. Romano's presentation was helpful because the bulk of the house, from what I can see from his presentation, falls within what is as of right. The FSI, as we've all noted, is within the roof, so the FSI is not a major concern. To Mr. Gogan's point, I think the fact that this is a brand new build, the side yard setback, I believe it is the west side that we're talking about that is problematic. It's difficult to understand why it can't be compliant. The length, I believe, is not as problematic because it's confined to the ground floor, and it's really at the rear, and that's the portion there. The second floor is almost compliant in terms of length, and of course the third floor is quite within the as of right structure. So there are some issues with this particular application, which I think could be rectified. So those are my comments, my thoughts about this particular project. The other comment, I think Mr. Bissonnette noted that there are lots of homes in this area now that are beginning to resemble what we're being asked for in this particular application. But given that this is a new build, compliance should not be a major issue. It should be much easier to arrive at. So colleagues, I'd look forward to a motion from one of you, and let's see where it goes.
Just another comment through you, Mr. Chair. The first page of the presentation that applicant presented, it's well illustrate what is as of right, which level, which one is not. You mentioned that the second floor is almost as of right. The second floor, and it's the yellow highlighted area. If the staff can put it on the board, that will be helpful. I think that is a very good representative of the which area it's as of right, which one is not. So I think it was first page. Yes, that one. So the blue dotted line is as of right, and the yellow is, I think we get the length and depth partially for that part.
Any other comments, folks? Anybody prepared to move motion?
I'll make
Logan, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion that we reject this application for the reasons stated with regard to side yard setback and total number of variances required for this property.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Ms. West, to refuse? Thank you. All in favor, rejection? 2, 3. Thank you. It's 4 to 3. Mr. Bissonnette, opposed? Thank you, Mr. Bissonnette. This application has been refused.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can we please take a 10-minute break?
Certainly.
Thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Ready to go. Thank you very much. And we return to item number 7, that's 885 Logan Avenue. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 12 photographs of the subject property received January 21st, 2025. Presentation materials from the agent received March 19th, 2025. Staff report from Urban Forestry received March 19th, 2025. And we have correspondence in opposition from 873 Logan Avenue, 871 Logan Avenue, 883 Logan Avenue, 875 Logan Avenue, and 881 Logan Avenue.
Through you, Mr.
And
Chair.
11 Sepia Drive, I beg your pardon, I missed that one. Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person and 2 registered speakers online.
Thank you very much. Welcome and good morning still, almost. Your
morning.
name and address, please, sir.
Sure. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Good morning.
Perfect.
My name is Richard Liebrak. I'm here as the agent for the owner, and I'm the architect as well. I'm wondering if you could please put up the context plan, the city context plan. A very interesting site. So I want to give you just a brief history and cover off some points here to underline the presentation that I've already made to the file. So you can see in the city context plan, it is an unusual site. It's an existing building, about 100 years old, that probably fronted on to Logan at one time, and then houses were likely infilled. But it is bound on the north side by a narrow laneway, and on the east side by a more generous laneway. It has homes to the west, as you can see, directly adjacent to its property, and a series of homes across the laneway to the east as well. In 2001, Toronto City Council granted approval to convert and rezone this property to residential. And the applicant at the time was approved for a second-story addition, interior alterations, indoor parking spaces, and a required second-story setback of 1.8 meters from the building west elevation furthest to the west. Can we get the plans that I submitted? Thanks. So the existing building covered almost entirely the property itself, and it was governed by, at that time, Bylaw 686, 2001. In 2019, the owners who are behind me purchased the property, and it is now under a new bylaw, 569-2013, and some of the stipulations from the original site plan approval decision at council then. So I wanted to just cover off the strategy of the project. It is, as I said, a one-story building that we wanted to make some major changes to, knowing that we were sensitive to the impact of the project. The first decision was to remove the existing structures, the existing second floor and solarium on the building. And you can see from the site plan that the first major move was to introduce a garden onto the property. It does not have a garden. There is no green space. So in the middle of the building, we are going to create outdoor space so that the first story now can have natural light and there can be a relationship to a garden. The third move, if you could please scroll down to the second floor plan. Next one, please. Actually, the roof plan. Yeah. So the next architectural principle here was to not only respect the setback provided by the 2001 bylaw, but was to position the second floor further to the east. And you can see from the roof plan that it is at a minimum 2.44 meters, whereas the previous requirement was 1.8. But other portions of the second floor are much further back. Some of them are, I'm just going to pull up some of which are 3.19 meters and 2.62 meters, so much further back than the requirement provided or required back then. And then to soften the form of the second floor, sloped roofing was added to soften the form to make sure that there was no visual impact of walls to the west. And then windows would be provided on the east elevation so that all looking and no overlook would occur on the west, but all windows would be located on the east side, and so on. If you could please move to the portion of my presentation that has the stills, the model stills. So I can just show you what that looks like in 3 dimensions. That's a shadow study. Oh boy, I'm running out of time. So it's hard to see those, but you can see the new east elevation with windows facing the east. If you can go to the next one, please. You can see the slope roof to the right. That's facing west. Next. That's the west elevation with no windows or overlook. Next. 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 And you can see the cutaway of the building to create a garden. Next. And next. So I need a bit more time. Do I not have any time? Okay.
30 seconds, 40 seconds.
Okay, so very briefly, I wanted to just say that I wanted to just talk about the height variance in variance 1, which is 8.5 meters, and under the new bylaw would be permitted to be 11 meters. It's 2.5 meters less than what is permitted today. Variance 2 shows that the decks are all on the east side with no overlook to the west. Variances 3 and 4 have to do with FSI. And today's bylaw, because of the nature of this building, would only have side yard setbacks and would allow for a much, much higher FSI than the 1.39. I met with city planning over the phone, reviewed the proposal, and they didn't have any concerns about it. As for neighborhood consultation, the owner on February 15th distributed to 20 addresses around. We heard from 9, and none of them had any concerns at that time, up to the date of the submission of this materials. And a sun shadow study was prepared in anticipation of concerns from the neighbors. And if we need to answer any questions from the committee about that, I am prepared to do so.
Thank you so much. I realize it's an unusual property and you've got trying to present the information. Perhaps we'll hold off questions till later. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll listen to the folks in opposition and then move on from there.
Sure.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the owner at 865 Logan Avenue.
Good morning. It's Akiko Lam.
Through the chair, I'm trying to unmute the speaker. Just give me a moment.
Thank you.
Akiko, you've been unmuted.
Good morning, Akiko Lam.
Akiko, can you hear us?
I don't need to speak right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then we'll move on to the owner at 881 Logan Avenue.
Yes, my name is Sheila Furness, and I live at 881 Logan Avenue. My property abuts 885 Logan.
Thank
My
you, Ms. Furness.
concerns,
You have 5 minutes.
yes, my concerns were outlined in my letter of March 19th, mainly around the sunlight reduction with shadowing exacerbated by the small size of our yards. The massive increase in size will feel quite overpowering both inside our home and in the yard, and we're concerned about the need for larger, possibly noisier HVAC. In addition, when the current second story was added to 885, as approved in 2001, we lost quite a bit of our view of the from the east-facing window of our second story, in terms of seeing out across the Danforth and seeing and just the amount of sky and trees, etc. If the second story of 885 is expanded and the height is increased by 1.8 meters as outlined in the variance, I'm concerned that our view will be further adversely affected, blocking even more of the sky and our view of the dome of the Church of Holy Name on Danforth, affecting our enjoyment of the home we've lived in for 30 years. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very kindly.
Through you, Mr. Chair, back to the agent.
Okay. Oh, thank you. If you can address those concerns, please. Thank you.
I think it's interesting to note a couple of things. If you could go to the drawing showing the existing east elevation, please. While we're waiting for that, a sun shadow study was prepared in anticipation. We wondered if the neighbors would be concerned. We found in the sun shadow study, which I'm happy to look at with you if you wish, that there was no material change due to the fact that we are setting back the second level, and due to the fact that the existing building already projects shadows, and due to the fact that after about 12 noon, the houses on the west side themselves cast shadows on their own yards, that we didn't find any material change actually through our redesign to the shadowing on the neighboring properties. The image I'm looking for is this one, and what it showed is it's in the file. But what it showed is, in fact, the actual house that was constructed there was 8.5, was similar to our second floor, actually quite similar in height to the second floor proposed, except for two elements, one at the south end and a clerestory window. I'm sorry it's sideways, but except for the elements on the south end of the building, you can see it on the left. Yeah, thank you. So that portion of the house is 2 foot 2 higher, 0.66, and there's a clerestory window in the middle of the second floor, which provides a natural light into the second floor in the middle of that addition. So in fact, the existing house is very similar in height, and really doesn't materially change. And of course, under the new bylaw, and bylaws changed since the previous one was 25 years ago, one of the neighbors actually built to 11 meters, and we would be within our building height to go 11 meters, but we chose specifically through directives from my client to keep it to 2 stories. And I think in breaking it up, it is even more successful in not casting shadows on neighbors and really reducing any impact on the neighbors themselves. So I just want to summarize by saying that it was clear to me that one letter was crafted and sent to a bunch of neighbors to share the concerns really of one neighbor per se. But in terms of privacy, there is no overlook on the adjacent neighbors to the west. We did the shadow study and found the same. I'd heard questions about property value. I can't really address that here. Zoning regulations do change, and we experienced that in 2013, and as such, this property would be permitted to do things very different than in 2001, and we could have had an FSI much higher, but as agreed to by the planning department, the FSI that we have created is not materially different, and given the fact that we've created a garden in the middle of this property, I see it as really a favorable move forward. The existing building is in great disrepair. It's a target for vandalism, And this is our opportunity to reinstate the building and transform it in a very positive way for a family, so that I think that the neighbors will look at it that way with a bit more respect. It looks currently like an abandoned building. So today, we're proposing a fantastic transformation for our clients. If you have any questions, I'm happy to.
Thank you.
Answer.
Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Any questions, Mr. Ghosh?
Yeah, so I think it's a very interesting design, and I like the idea of the garden. I can tell there's some effort to make it less impactful on those neighbors. But just as when applicants come or neighbors complain, it's not a nice looking design, and we say that that doesn't factor in. This being an architecturally attractive design is not what we're here to debate either. It's the impacts. I think the variances reflect the fact that you've tried to minimize the impacts. The only one that still gives me a bit of concern is the height, and your explanation of the clerestory window jutting up a little bit helps. I'm looking at the rear elevation. It's a 3.3, maybe staff can put it up, and it looks like it's not just the clerestory window that juts up. It looks like the
South end. Yeah.
south end also juts up?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'd missed that in your explanation.
Yeah.
Okay, so the
That's
south
the,
end.
that's not the elevation you want, but it does describe it. It's
Yeah.
there's a section there.
And it looks like the height, excluding that, is 7.8, which is still almost a meter higher than the permitted. So what's the sort of rationale, even ignoring the jutting up portions of needing the 7.8?
Well, the rationale is that it's as of right, like the wall height permitted is 8.5 meters under the new bylaw. It is 8.5 meters, and therefore there really isn't a variance for that under the new bylaw. The variance is required from the original decision in 2001, which had different ideas about building height. Since then, the city underwent a change in a number of notions about what was permitted in height, and I think we're respecting that height.
Okay.
It's 8.5 meters, that's a permitted wall height.
Any other questions? Ms. West? Looks like you were about to ask.
No, I just want to ask regarding this new bylaw. 8.5 meter height is for the flat roof?
8.5 meters is for the height.
So it's a new,
So under the new bylaw, it's the maximum height is 11 meters.
right.
When you go through the bylaw a little bit, the permitted wall height, there's two heights, height and wall height. So the permitted wall height is 8.5 meters. It's 2.5 meters less than the permitted height. We are respecting that. But the height variance that is before you is at variance with the decision made in 2001 under it was a previous bylaw. And it's I guess it's still in play from 25 years ago.
So recognizing that this is a very odd site.
Yes.
Very site-specific.
Yes.
I think maybe the height that is the more appropriate height to compare it to would be like a laneway suite height. Do you know what that is as of right for this location?
Well, I don't agree, but have you, please.
Yeah, no, but just to help me.
I don't know what the height's permitted for. It's really not a back lane suite. One of the neighbors recently completed a 3-story renovation. I believe, I don't know what their numbers are, but it's a 3-story house. It's probably around 11 meters. And the neighbor directly to their north did not appreciate the height. And actually, we spoke with him and was raving a bit about the shadows being cast by an 11-meter construction immediately adjacent to him. But this is not 11 meters, and it's important, I think, to note the softening of that wall that the neighbors face. It's not a wall, it's a roof line, and it's softer. And I believe that it's a much more sensitive solution. It's further away than what was required back in 2001. We're in some cases, we're 3.5 meters away, and we're 2.2 at a minimum now. So I think we're respecting that, some of that original bylaw, but the height, it just makes sense. The height of the original first floor is already higher than typical. So the second floor, which is now, I think, 9 feet, adds up to that 8.5 meters with the roof construction and so on.
Okay, yeah, that was part of what I was wondering.
Right.
The ground floor height was affected.
It was already, because it was once an industrial building, I think it was currently 14 feet high inside.
Mr. Gogan?
Yeah, so there was, oh, sorry.
Is that, it looks like you've handled the overlook for the Logan application, but the overlook into the Fenwick backyards, you have a lot of windows looking at all those backyards.
Sure.
I just want to hear what your attitude is.
Yeah, sure. My client circulated 20 addresses. We heard from people 56, 54, 50, 48, 46. These are the people directly affected. They had no concerns. They were some support. 52, Fenwick had no response. My further response would be that there is a laneway there, like there would be a street there. So you have a laneway, and then the backs of people's houses, they're not looking, into their back of their homes. They're looking into their gardens. But yeah, it is an unusual context for sure. That we had to make a decision about providing windows, and to the east where the lane was seemed like the most logical to me.
Mr. Bissonnette, any thoughts, any questions?
I guess my first thought is, well, this is neat. It's, I commend your proactive outreach and efforts to the neighbors. I see something that's involved some careful planning and research into this project. I feel that this property was saved in 2001, and it is a great example of adaptive reuse. And the plan before us seeks variances in 2025 for the next evolution of adaptive reuse and to renovate a family home. And I enthusiastically support these variances.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the agent, folks? No? If not, we'll take it into committee and see where it goes.
Okay.
Thank you. For my part, it just, I want to just reflect what Mr. Bissonnette said, because I think when I first saw the application, I was trying to figure out where exactly is this site. And it is one of those anomalies in the city of Toronto. That's what makes it city interesting. And I'm glad this structure was not demolished, because it's part of a history. Mm-hmm. And I think our city is really short of history, unfortunately. I think it's quite an innovative use of a structure. The fact that the second floor is sloped away from and set back from, I think it's the west side, east side? The west side. I think that speaks well, because if we had a laneway suite, it would have a similar look to the neighbors on the west side. So I don't think it's anything different to what a laneway suite might look like, should one be there. On the east side, of course, the concern about overlook, but I think the agents pointed out that there is a laneway. And had we had a laneway suite with windows on, as of right, I think you'd have the same sort of situation. I think it's a really creative use of structure, historical structure. So I don't have any concerns. There are no, other than a forestry number 2 condition, there are no other conditions attached to this application. So I would be a supporter of this application.
I wanted to probe the height because it was the question I had, but as I also said, I do think that you can see the variances are tailored to set the massing towards the east and north ends and to break it up. And so no, I do find it supportable. I think it was explained fairly well. And we also, the context also is this is right behind Danforth Avenue. So it is, yeah, it's a nice spot to have something eclectic. So I would tend to agree.
Thank you. Ms. West?
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I ask a question one more time from the applicant?
Please, we could come out of the committee.
So just a quick question. You mentioned, but I want to ask you one more time. Which neighbor on the east side of this property have no concern about this development? Which numbers? On the east side?
Yeah. So directly to the east of the property, 56, 54, 50, 48, 46.
Okay, so only 56.
Only 52 didn't
52.
respond. They didn't respond.
Oh, they didn't not oppose.
They did not oppose.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We're back in committee.
Yeah.
Anybody with a motion?
Ryan was enthusiastic. Why doesn't he?
I'm a product of the Danforth, what can I say? Yeah, I'm happy to put forward a motion to approve the variances. I'm sorry, was there a condition from forestry?
Yes.
Okay, yes, including the conditions from forestry.
Number 2.
Do we have a seconder? Mr. Ghosh, thank you. All those in favor? You have your approval, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on to item number 8. Oops. Item number 8 is 100 Indian Road. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property and trees, received February 20th, 2025, a cover letter from the High Park Club president, received January 17th, 2025, decision number affecting the subject property is received, staff report from Urban Forestry received March 19th, 2025. And we have correspondence in support from 16 Algonquin Avenue, 1 form letter in support signed by owners of 39 Glen Ellen Drive West, received March 20th, 2025. A 10 signature petition in support signed by a variety of owner occupants on Indian Road, Algonquin Avenue, and Parkside Drive, received March 20th, 2025.
To you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you. Mr. Lowe's?
Paul, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Lowe's, are you there?
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, we can. Perfectly. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for this. We don't have anybody in opposition. You have people in support, but no one in opposition. Let me just see if my colleagues would like a presentation or have any questions of you. Any questions require presentation? No presentation required. Any questions? Ms. West, we have a question for you, sir.
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair. My question is regarding variance number 1, that the recreational use tennis club is in the residential zone are not permitted. So wonder, what is the club, because this is original for High Park Club. So is the club permitted in residential zone? Or it's because it was there, so we just...
Yes, I'm happy to answer it through you, Mr. Chairman, to the member. Our club, High Park Club, is a curling and tennis club that started in 1911. The curling club building has been there since 1911, and we've been continued used as a recreation facility. We were curling and lawn tennis. We were originally curling, skating, and lawn bowling. Skating ended, it's just curling inside. Lawn bowling moved to lawn tennis. We were the only lawn tennis club in Ontario. I believe we're the only one east of the Rockies. So that is why it's a residential zone, and we predated the actual development of the zoning bylaw. So that's why we're a legal non-conforming use.
Perfect. That was my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or thoughts? No? Thank you so much. We'll take it into committee and see where this goes. Any thoughts, folks? Any comments? I think this is a really interesting site. Mr. Gogan?
I move we approve this application. I move we approve this application. It is minor in nature. It's also a community use, and it's proactive maintenance and deferred maintenance on the property. So I think it's a very good outcome for them to continue to invest in this property. So.
Thank you.
Subjected to urban park.
Subject to
forestry 2. That's all, yeah.
And through you, Mr. Chair, giving permission for the lawful non-conforming use.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Gogan, and sorry, Ms. West, you seconding? Thank you.
Seconded. Thank you.
All those in favor? You have your approval, sir? Thank you. And moving on to number 9. Item number 9, 148 Ferris Road. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 8 photographs of trees on the subject property received January 21st, 2025. An arborist report received February 10th, 2025. Toronto and Region Conservation Authority permit drawings received January 21st, 2025. Tree protection plan received February 10th, 2025. We also have staff reports from Urban Forestry received March 19th, 2025, and from the TRC received March 19th, 2025.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you. Is the Mr. Koch, are you there?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, it's going to be Bruno Lopez.
Okay.
That's speaking today.
Mr. Lopez?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Yes, my name is Bruno Lopes from MXL Engineering and Associates. You were right, this was supposed to be Igor, but as I've been doing this for many years, I just keep the tradition.
No problem. Thank you very much for being here. Did we get your address? I'm sorry, I'm so focused.
1649 St. Clair Avenue West.
Thank you kindly. We don't have anybody in opposition from what I can tell, so we don't need a presentation unless my colleagues would like one, or if they have any questions. Any questions? Any need for presentation? No. This is an application that has 2 variances, and you've already got a TRCA permit and conditions. I believe those are in place, and the only condition is a forestry 1. It's a fairly straightforward application. Colleagues, any thoughts, any move towards a motion? Mr. Gogan, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gogan. Do we have a seconder?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, with the condition from, yes.
Yeah, forestry number 1. Do we have a seconder? Ms. West, thank you kindly. All those in favor? No opposed. Thank you. Mr. Lopes, you have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. See you shortly.
Take care. Oh, okay. And FERRIS. Moving on to item number 10. Item number 10, 50 Yorkville Avenue, unit number 1. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of trees, pardon me, on the subject property, received January 21st, 2025. A cover letter from the agent, received February 5th, 2025. Decision numbers affecting the subject property. Presentation materials from the agent, received January 29th, 2025. And site-specific zoning bylaw affecting the property. I don't believe, do we have?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. There is one speaker in interest, but I believe they may be connected to the file, so we can just find out.
Okay, thank you. Mr. King?
Number 15, end of me. No.
Sorry, is that supposed to be speaking to Andrew King? Was that Valerie?
Andrew, you've been unmuted.
Thank you very much. This is Andrew King.
Hi, good afternoon. We do have one person in interest. I'm not sure if this person is in opposition. It's an interest, so I don't know if we need a presentation.
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe we'll unmute Valerie.
Sure, thank you.
Valerie, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon. Are you in, sorry, I should ask your name and address, please.
I think they want me to speak.
Hello, Valerie?
Your name, you said? Adriana. And I parked my car. Okay, I'm gonna need your car keys, please.
Hello, Valerie?
Hi, Anita. Thanks, bye. You too.
I think Valerie is the representative from the Four Seasons. She's been our contact with the Four Seasons, just to clarify.
Okay, great. That's what we wanted her to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, so we don't really need a presentation because we don't have anybody in opposition. Let me just see if my colleagues would like a short presentation, explanation. Anybody? Nope. Any questions of the agent? None? Okay. I think this is a very straightforward application, actually, so I don't have any issues either. Perhaps we'll go into committee and look for a motion. Mr. Ghosh, thank you.
So I, as I was starting to look through this application, I actually had lots of questions and was concerned, and the materials, including the presentation materials, just answered them all. Because this is a landmark building, and I was concerned that this could affect sort of that profile that it has, but the materials satisfied me that it won't. And so enclosing 2 terraces with no effect on shadowing, no effect on views, no effect on other properties, that's quite minor. For those reasons, I would move to approve it.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Ms. West, thank you very kindly. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval, sir. Okay, moving on to number 11. Pardon me. 39 Memorial Park Avenue. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. A revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received February 26, 2025. A revised zoning notice received February 26, 2025. Red line public notice received February 26, 2025. 2 photographs of the subject site received January 27, 2025, and a covering letter from the architect received January 27, 2025. We also have 7 form letters in support signed by owners occupants of 104, 105 Inwood Avenue and 33, 35, 37, 41, 43 Memorial Park Avenue, received March the 12th, 2025. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, and we'll unmute him. We'll have to ask for the revisions, but it appears that this may need to be a deferral for re-notification.
Okay.
So let's unmute the agent at this time.
Mr. Boone?
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I don't know if you just picked up on what our Secretary Treasurer mentioned, that this may require deferral related to the changes, the amendments that have been made, presumably.
Would I agree?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's an automatic one or not.
I'm not sure. Do you want me to? I'll speak to that first. The red line notice. There were 2 variances that were the revision came in before the public notice came out, or actually, I think that the 2 letters crossed paths. So it was a late revelation in terms of a minor calculation with the exterior dimensions of the walls, because we're adding a finish onto it. So it was accepted by the technician as minor, like it's a percentage point. The deviation is a little bit more than the public notice, but this red line notice has been posted for the same amount of time as the original notice. So I believe that it's minor enough that the committee can look at this and consider this. So I'm not sure that we would request a deferral at this time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what we're presenting on the screen right now are changes to variances number 3, 4, and 5, and it actually worsens the situation. So it's improper notification, automatic deferral.
Also, to be clear, that red line notice, the variance number 3 actually isn't changed. That was my red line, and the zoning examiner has indicated that there is no variance required for the back platform. So that red line mark for me for variance number 3 was an attempt to correct what I thought was an error with the original notice, because the front and back deck are higher at 1.52, but apparently the bylaw does not apply to the back deck. So item 3 can be ignored.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my concern is more with variances number 4 and 5 to the floor space index increase as well as the lot coverage increase.
Which is very small. I believe it's technical, like
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Percentage point, yeah.
As I stated, it is increasing the floor space index as well as the lot coverage. It is in proper notification. The agent can either keep the variance as is and what was notified, or it's an automatic deferral for re-notification.
Mr. Boone, ball is in your court.
I believe it might be in our best interests to leave the variances as they are, recognizing though that these letters did cross paths. So with regards to the notice, I submitted a revised zoning notice and this red line public notice, either I think on the day before or the day of. So I guess it's just unfortunate that we caught it. The change is not any significant change to the design per se. It's simply the addition of an exterior finish to the existing walls that accounts for the slight increase. But I do understand comment about automatic deferral, and I believe that we can accommodate the design with the variances as they are. So I believe that it's in our best interest just to ignore the red line notice and take the variances for where they were.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And we'll look at the application with what we have in front of us. Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions of you or not.
Sure.
Mr. Ghosh?
The plans that are with this this notice then will not be able to be put in place because they don't quite meet this in terms of the floor space index and the lot area coverage. So what aspects of the plans do you expect to modify should we approve?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. There are a set of original plans that were submitted with the original zoning review, and that is what was mailed out. So we're not looking at the revised plans, the revised zoning review, or the red line notice.
Okay, I understood that for the red line notice.
Right, but not the revised plans. You are not referring to those sets of plans. You would just be referring to the original set of plans and the agenda page, which shows the variances as they were notified to the public.
So the agenda variances do match the original?
The original set of plans, yes.
And those would be identified as the superseded plans in the agenda?
Or just as plans, I think.
Just plans.
For you, Mr. Chair, it's just the plans. So it's right after the survey, then it's just those sets of plans.
Okay, so then my question to the agent is, it's acceptable to your client to build according to those plans then?
Yeah, we can accommodate the original plans with the variances before you, the original variances. It's such a small minor change. It just simply requires a reconsideration for the thickness of the exterior finishing and probably a more accurate measurement of the existing house. But yes, in short, we can meet the variances, and by the original plans are in line with the original notice.
You good, Mr. Ghosh?
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns? No? Perhaps we can take it into committee and look for a motion. Ms. West?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve the original application, which with the first sets of drawings that they have been submitted to us and the zoning, the notice that have been circulated. I approve it, and there is no condition.
Seconder, please. Thank you, Mr. Gogan. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Boone, you have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 12. The committee had before it the following communication. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. It's 1725 Bathurst Street. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations 2 photographs of trees on the subject property received February 6, 2025. Decision number affecting the property, order to comply affecting the subject property, construction management plan received from the agent, presentation materials received from the agent November 23rd, 2023. We also have Metrolinx staff report received on March the 18th, 2025. We have 1 form letter in support signed by owners and occupants of 418 Richview Avenue, received March 20th, 2025. We also have correspondence in opposition from the solicitor representing Tracy Hendler, John Madras, Rachel Gropper, Paul Tenenbaum Bain, Andrea and Randy Rovet, received on March the 20th, 2025.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm also going to ask the presenter to present on the screen. This did come in very late, but it is a letter from the councillor's office expressing concerns for this application, and it's presented on the screen. And through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, and we do have 1 registered person here to speak in opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Romano?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, good afternoon.
Franco Romano, 321 Lakeshore, Action Planning Consultants.
Thank you. Mr. Romano, we'll need a presentation because we do have somebody in opposition.
Absolutely. If staff can bring up my presentation slides, please. Excellent, thank you. So slide 1, I'm just going to give an overview of the slides and then I'm going to go into a brief description. So slide 1 is a building permit indication. It's the building permit on the left-hand side was issued October 18th, 2024. And so you'll see that there has been some time in advance of that for the building permit. On the right-hand side is the status of the building permits, and you'll see that there were revisions submitted in January and a zoning notice issued on January 7th, which is the matters before the committee today. On slide number 2, we'll see the location of the subject site. Is within the Forest Hill Protected Major Transit Station area, very close to Eglinton. This is a policy that's been adopted by council. It's still before the province, because the province has a bunch of these from the city, including some that were just recently sent to them. And this MTSA provides for minimum densities, and the proposal would implement those provisions very close to transit. And on slide number 3 is an air photograph that illustrates the existing condition, which is an evolving condition along Bathurst Street. You'll see buildings on principally on the west side, which is the lower part of the slide, of 8, 14, 6, 3.5, 7, 3 stories of mixed use or residential development. It includes properties that are currently under construction, includes properties that have construction approval, or at least planning approvals, and there are some off-site as well that include some consolidation off of this map, just a little bit off of this map, that includes lands that are 5 to 6 stories and FSIs that are larger as well. The point being that Bathurst Street is a major street. It has a planned context that allows for 6-story residential apartment buildings, and we see that some development has occurred that is in excess of that. So setting the stage for the existing condition, there's no dispute that the building shell at 6 stories, which is 5 stories residential and a 6-story that contains mechanical and amenity space. And the fact that it's an amenity space means that it's a 6-story building, has been largely erected. This is not consistent with the issued building permit, which was 4 stories, including the mechanical, and not consistent with all in-force zoning provisions. It is, however, consistent with the in-force official plan provisions, which allow for apartment buildings on the site and within neighborhoods up to 6 stories, plus mechanical. And the proposal is 6 stories with mechanical. It is also consistent with most in-force zoning provisions. The apartment building type is permitted. It's always been permitted. The floor space index has been approved and is enforced by the OLT decisions of January and March. I think it was last week or a week and a half ago. Rear yard setback is also larger than what the zoning bylaw requires, 14.42 meters instead of 7.5 meters. The timing of construction and the enforced major streets apartment building zoning provisions has been the subject of misunderstanding and mistakes that have taken place, resulting in the order to comply in the minor variance application, and that has occurred on both sides of the counter. And it was not the owner's intent to proceed in the absence of all approval. However, it is the owner's intent and the city's expectation that the 6-story building related approvals are obtained to continue and complete the building. The initial 2023 minor variance approval was obtained without knowledge that the Bathurst Street would see 6 stories permitted as of right. This city policy for major streets happened very quickly. The official plan and the zoning happened very quickly. The owner pivoted quickly as well, working with staff on the 6-story design. The owner received advice that there would be no major zoning deficiencies, if any, given the movement by the city to expedite housing approvals, including 6 stories along Bathurst Street and other major streets. However, the existing condition and status and how we got here is not a planning rationale to underutilize the site and prevent it from being a 6-story apartment building consistent with the city's new plan context and what the OLT approval will achieve on this site. The OLT appeals on the major streets will relax performance standards that are currently in place, not make them larger, as the proposal before you today bridges the gap between the in-force and the appealed provisions. The appeal deals with site-specific matters that, as I mentioned, we largely comply with. So I see I've run out of time, so I'll just say that, in my opinion, the proposal meets all 4 tests for a minor variance. Planning staff agree. There is no objection from planning staff. And the construction management plan that is submitted on file was actually requested by staff, and the owner has agreed.
Time's up. Thanks, Mr. Romano. Mr. Ghosh. Mr. Ghosh has a question for you.
I take what you're saying about separating the planning considerations from the process, and when it ultimately comes to our decision, we will do that. But the excuse seems to be that, or the rationale for how we got here seems to be that the property owner misunderstood that the major streets EHON was not yet in place, and they thought that this would all be as of right. Is that, that's sort of my first part of the question. Do I have that sort of right as to their rationale?
Partially right, sir. There was also staff indications through those that are dealing with the building permit that this 6 stories would be achieved largely as of right, yes.
Oh, okay, so that deals with the planning issue, but how does that resolve the fact that it was constructed not according to an approved building permit?
It doesn't, sir, and that's why it indicated that in the outset of setting the stage for development that the construction that's occurred on site is outside of the building permit.
Okay, and there's no explanation for that.
The explanation is that at the time the construction was occurring, this dialogue on the 6 stories with city staff was ongoing, and they had put in and prepared for their revisions, but they did not get a building permit prior to putting up in place the 6-story. The construction was occurring. It was in the middle of December, I believe it was, where basically the owner continued on that knowledge, and that's part of their obvious mistake. And then
Okay, so basically they believed they would eventually get a permit and they didn't want to wait for it. They just wanted to. Okay, actually, that's not a question. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Any other thoughts, any comments, criticisms, issues? Ms. West?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. So then regarding variance number 4, that the height you propose is 19.41 versus the permitted is 11 meter. So this is also related to that new bylaw that you mentioned earlier?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that question. The 19.41 is to the highest point of the building. That includes the mechanical space, and the mechanical space includes amenity space, and that's why the zone examiner is including that. If it were just mechanical, it would not count towards height, and the building would be 16.31 meters. And you'll see that that mechanical / amenity area is about a third of or maybe about half of the building footprint. But the 19 meters is permitted by the major streets zoning bylaw.
Okay, so without the mechanical house and then the amenity in the roof, the height will be 16 point, how much?
3.1.
3.1, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We do have some folks in opposition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we'll call up our first speaker.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. Name and address, please.
My name is Ian Flett. I'm appearing as solicitor for 3 households, the Madras and Handler household at 408 Bathurst, the Groper and Tenenbaum household at 428 Richview, and the Rovit household at 430 Richview. It's very interesting to hear Mr. Romano's explanation for his client having proceeded illegally, and the confusion that he explains to that he says that his client was under is very much the confusion that he brings before you in this hearing. You're now in a situation where you have a zoning notice based on the R zone that was applicable in January. There's an Ontario Land Tribunal decision in respect of OPA 727 and zoning bylaw 608/2024 that provided partial approval in January, and a subsequent decision, which I actually don't even have in my hands, with the complete approval. So you're asked to make a decision in a complete vacuum of what the actual zoning for the site is and what the minor variances ought to be. What I can tell you is that when OPA 727 was approved and the zoning to go with it, ZBL 608/2024, it did include something concerning setbacks, because one of the intentions is that if there's going to be this added intensification along the major streets, there had to be also a consideration of privacy, sunlight, and spacing between buildings to accommodate existing properties in the neighborhoods nearby. And so, for example, one of the existing requirements for a side yard setback when there are windows on either side of a building, which is the case here, was that there would be a side yard setback of 5.5 meters. And in this case, you see that the side yard setbacks are much less than that. The correct, in my humble opinion, the correct thing for the committee to do in this situation is one of 2 things. Either propose to the developer that they seek a deferral for a new zoning notice and return with an amended application so that you can actually gauge what the current policy context would otherwise require, and then decide for yourselves if minor variances are correct, or refuse the application, and then it would go to TLAB, and in the same process would happen at TLAB. It's one thing to say that this city has a housing crisis, but these policies that were passed by the city were intended to address the housing crisis. You cannot let a property developer come along and say, well, I'm not actually sure exactly all the policies that apply to my site, but this crisis means that we should just skip the process altogether. And that's exactly what you have before you. with all due respect to Mr. Romano and the applicant. Some of the other issues that I've raised is that there's not been a full assessment of the impacts of this application to the neighboring properties, whether it has to do with privacy or sunlight. And you'll notice that the correspondence that you receive from Metrolinx is that Metrolinx itself seeks to review this application for its own needs, because it's in a corridor that is of concern to Metrolinx. So it has not had its opportunity to make its concluding remarks in respect of this application. So yes, there's a housing crisis, but do not use that as an excuse to bluntly approve anything that appears to provide units ahead of you when a process is underway that has been thought out and is only now fresh off the press getting implemented. You could find yourselves in the position of approving variances on bylaws that no longer exist, which is a bit of a legal absurdity. Let this complicated building go through a greater process to ensure that what is ultimately decided is correct for the site. Otherwise, you risk inadvertently setting precedents as they concern side yard setbacks, setting precedents as they concern privacy and overview. All because you were asked to make a decision in a thick fog. I humbly encourage the committee to refuse the application, and I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, Mr. Ghosh?
Yeah. So you represent, what are the addresses of the individuals you represent?
I'll just bring them up for you, sir. I know that you have a letter of support from the adjacent landowner to the east, and I represent 408 Bathurst, 408 Richview. I said Bathurst, 428 Richview, and 430 Richview.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, folks? No? Thank you very kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have another person.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did make multiple attempts reaching the owners at 416 Richview Avenue and 417 Richview Avenue, and we were not successful. So we can go back to the agent.
Thank you. Mr. Romano?
Yes, good afternoon.
You've heard the comments from the person in opposition, Mr. Platt, or the representative for people in opposition. I wonder if you could respond to some of the comments that he made, please.
Yes, sir. I think if one looks at the property map and sees where the three property, I guess the individuals of the three properties that Mr. Flett is being retained by, there will be no shadow impact whatsoever on 408, 428, or 430 Richview Avenue. There will be no overlook impact whatsoever on 408, 428, or 430 Richview Avenue. Number 418 Richview Avenue to immediate east, and I think the property map doesn't show the totality of the subject site. It's a little bigger than what's shown there. 418 is in support. And yesterday I submitted a letter of support from 1727 Bathurst Street. It's not in your package because it's obviously late, but it is on the AIC. Those persons that would be affected by privacy and shadow to the extent that it would extend to the north, but not so much to hit number 418 because it is an over 14.4 meter rear yard setback that's being proposed. That shadow impact would be minor in nature. And quite frankly, when the OLT finally approves every single provision under the zoning bylaw for 6 stories, something bigger can be constructed on the subject site because mechanical could be above the 19 meters. And that is an instance or a situation that's going to occur on Bathurst Street. And in terms of Mr. Flett's statements regarding a full vetting of the application, I can assure you 100% that city planning staff reviewed this application not only in the context of the variances that are before the panel today, but in relation to the major street zoning bylaw and official plan provisions. This has been vetted. We've worked with staff. I've indicated the construction management plan that indicates that staff have also accepted and approved. That's on file. That restricts some of the construction provisions, but also has an end date of January 2026 as the end date for construction. So a deferral of this application or a refusal of this application is, in my opinion, not in the public interest and would basically leave this site in its current condition, pending the full outcome of the OLT decision, which would essentially authorize this construction by the end of the year. But it wouldn't be able to start until the end of the year. So that would put things out well beyond the January 2026 construction date deadline that we've agreed with staff. I would submit that what is being proposed here is very much minor in nature and balances both the existing context and the planned context as it has evolved and applies not only on Bathurst Street but other major streets. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Folks, any questions, any comments, thoughts? Mr. Ghosh?
I have comments, but for when we get into committee.
Okay. Mr. Romano, we don't have any questions, so we'll take it into committee and have a chit-chat there.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. Ghosh, you...
Sure, thank you, Mr.
to
Chair.
start off.
It's interesting. It's rare that we have a lawyer in front of us giving sort of legal arguments rather than planning arguments, but it occasionally happens. I think there's no reason that I see that we can't consider the application before us. We absolutely can. I think the point about the major streets not being passed and being in limbo, that on the other hand is well taken. The variances that we're looking at are variances from the existing zoning. I think the overall planning context, though, is something we can take into consideration when considering whether the variances from the existing zoning are minor. So I don't take issue with that. I think it's pretty clear that this is a case of an owner who's happy to break things and then beg forgiveness later. And I think that that's very unfortunate. That isn't how the process is supposed to work. And, even beyond the zoning with respect to the building permit, I mean, frankly, I think that's a little dangerous. But it's not the matter that's before us. So, I view this as a supportable application, albeit one where, we would put a warning on the minutes that we don't condone this behavior, because I think this is one of the most extreme cases I've seen of essentially lawlessness in terms of how it's been constructed to date. I don't think that I'm exaggerating to say lawlessness. Like it really is wrong. But in terms of planning context, even based on the existing zoning, we're talking about a block away from the hopefully soon to open subway station at Bathurst and Eglinton. The official plan calls for intensification in these locations, does speak to a different context on major streets even before the change that's currently being contemplated. 6 stories, 10 units in this location. To me, it is a minor change, and I don't see the impact as being that significant. The property owners right behind have no issue with it. So that's kind of my thought on the range of issues here.
Anyone else? Ms. West?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 4 variants in front of us, and I understand and I listened to the applicant who explained that this is about the new upcoming bylaws and also the need of the housing in Toronto. I understand all of that. But my judgment should be based upon that 4 variance, which is in front of me. And for me, the variance number 4 specifically and variance number 3 are not minor. For my judgment, the height of 19.41 proposed versus 11 permitted, it's not minor. I understand that 16.31 meter is the actual height without the amenity space, but still 16.31 meters is not minor for my point of view. And also the variance number 3, the required side yard setback of 7.5 meter required, and then the proposal north side is 1.46 meter. I think that's not also minor. So for me, this is not a supportable application as is in front of me.
Thanks for your contribution, Ms. West. Mr. Gogan, Mr. Nat? Sure.
I'll add to that. I think it's a very strange situation because I think we're aware that the zoning bylaw will change. We don't have full confidence in what it will be, but we know it will change. So we're being asked to approve these on the basis that it will change in a way that would be aligned with that. But in the meantime, we're being asked to approve based upon the old. It's just, and I agree, the existing ones that are stated here are not minor. Going from 11 meters to 19 meters, not minor. Going from a side yard setback of 7.5 meters to 1.4, not minor. And also, I think there's just the circumstances we're in did not need to occur. So I also don't support this application.
Sorry, and just on the side yard setback, because it's been raised by both Mr. Gogan and Ms. Adarodi. My understanding, based on what I've seen, is that that's an existing condition. So the height, I agreed that reasonable members can disagree. And the existing condition, might not persuade my fellow members, but I just wanted to raise that point.
Thank you. Mr. Bissonnette, any thoughts?
Yeah, we're not here to make decisions on the behavior of people. So that aside, I do find the merits of the application on its own to be supportable.
Thank you, Mr. Bissonnette. Yeah, I found this application quite an interesting one. I mean, we've only got four variances in front of us, and yet it's more controversial than ones with many more variances. On the one hand, I think it's a supportable one because of the location of this particular property, and certainly Bathurst is changing, particularly in that locality. On its own, variance number 4 is excessive. But I think Mr. Gogan, I think, put it quite well that we're asked to weigh in on a matter that may or may not change, or we don't know how it will change. What I do note, however, is that certainly no city staff reports have been presented. So planning hasn't weighed in on it. And often I would take comfort in planning giving us some indication of where they think this application lies. So it's one in which you're conflicted. But short of not having a staff report from the city, I think it's a supportable one, despite the fact that we've got a height that is quite excessive. But if it's going to be a 6-story building on Bathurst, I think it would be supportable. So, Ms. Ghosh, you've got something. Please.
I'll just make one other point on height. As is, without there being any change to the zoning, is, across the street in kitty corner to this is already a 6-story, or actually it reads as potentially 7-story, 6.5-story apartment building. and a synagogue that in terms of height, we don't have a yardstick here, but I imagine is similar. So, so the context of this particular major street, even without any change to the major streets zoning, that's another rationale I would have for saying the height is supportable.
Anybody want to put forward a motion?
I will put forward a motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr.
I'll put forward a motion to approve for the reasons I've stated, that I do believe, even in the existing zoning context, that these changes are minor, given that this is a major street close to Eglinton, the across the street context, and the shadowing impact doesn't to me look like it's going to be severe. So for those reasons, I would move to approve it, subject to there being a notation on the minutes that the committee does not condone construction without zoning or building permits in any way. The Metrolinx report seems to be advisory, so there don't seem to be any conditions to deal with. So that would be my motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Mr. Bissonnette? Thank you. All those in favor? 3. All those opposed? Thank you. You have your approval, Mr. Romano? You have your approval. Thank you. And now, moving on to item number 13, 45 Babby Point Crescent. The committee had before it the following communication: a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 11 photographs of trees on the subject property, received February 5th, 2025. Archaeology map and study from the agent received March 21st, 2025. Supporting materials from the agent received March 20th and March 21st, 2025. Commenting agency reports, staff reports from Heritage Planning received March 19th, 2025. Urban Forestry received March 19th, 2025. And from TRC received March 19th, 2025. And Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, Urban Forestry received March 13th, 2025. In opposition, we have correspondence from 54 Langmuir Crescent, received March the 18th, 2025. 93 Humberview Road, received March 17, 2025. 56 Langmuir Crescent received March 18th, 2025. 56 Langmuir Crescent and 52 Langmuir Crescent both received March 19th, 2025. We also have a 74 signature petition in opposition signed by owners and occupants of properties in a variety of areas as far away as Mount Hope and Brampton, Santo Domingo, and Vancouver, Port Hope, Etobicoke, Montreal, received March the 19th, 2025. We also have correspondence in opposition from 60 Langmuir Crescent, received March the 20th, 2025, and 50 Langmuir Crescent, received March 19th, 2025. And I believe
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as a number of speakers here in opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Sprague, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. As you are aware, we do have a lot of folks in opposition. I wonder if you could provide us with a presentation, please.
Yes, no, I'd like to do that very much. So first of all, my name is Tom Sprague, and our firm is Sprague and Company Architects. We're located at 156 Duncan Mill Road in Toronto. I'll give a brief background of this application. The owner of the property has lived actually in the Bobby Point area for over 30 years. And last year, he and his wife purchased this property with the idea of building a rear addition that would accommodate the needs and requirements of their family. He wanted to keep the character and the heritage look of the other homes in the area. And so we've done the rear addition at the back to so be secondary, in fact, to the main heritage look of the original house that was built in 1923. This particular, well, the whole area, in fact, is subject to potential indigenous remains and artifacts. So the first thing that was actually done was an archaeologist was retained for a report to determine if indeed there were any archaeological remains that were to be found. And that report came back that there were none to be found. And so based on that, when we proceeded with the potential renovation, rear addition and renovations drawings. The next thing we did was get a geotechnical engineer to determine exactly where the stable top of bank is. And based on that, then we did our design to accommodate that our whole house, in addition, was situated behind the 10-meter setback, with one exception, and that's in the very southeast corner. And the drawing you've actually pulled up there, I think, highlights it. That's the only part where we're accentuating into the 10-meter zone, and at that point, it's 8.52 meters. And I should also say, you see there's a dotted line there. That's an existing garage, and the corner of that garage is 8.29 meters. And so really we've been very cognizant, and I know there's a lot of concerns expressed by neighbors on the street that just appeared from Langmuir below, but the intention is not to do anything in any respect to compromise the stability of this slope at all. And in fact, so as can be seen in this area, it's a very small corner that actually does encroach in it. On the other side, we're 14 meters back. And as evidenced by the correspondence with Toronto Region Conservation, they're fully supportive of what we're doing. So I think hopefully this drawing will help to alleviate the concerns of the neighbors down the hill on Langmuir, which is the street below. The other thing I'll just mention, if I could, briefly about variances that you see before you. I'd just like to comment briefly on the variance with respect to 2 and 3. And if you pull up a supporting material that was sent forward, that's to do with length and depth. And if you pull up supporting material that was pasted on the 20th of March, there you go. That sort of explains how, under the zoning bylaw, the length and depth is determined. It's a line, the closest point from the adjacent houses, and then it goes back perpendicular to that. But since our house is on not parallel to the front street, it accentuates those lengths. And I would just say that the actual length of the house from the front wall to the back is actually only 15.27 meters, I believe, well below the 17 meters. But that sort of is a bit misleading when you look at it on paper. The other point I'll just make a mention about, we've submitted in an arborist report with ravine and natural features. In that, we've requested for 2 of the trees to be removed. Now, these trees are not in good condition. In fact, one is in very poor condition and has to be. The arborist has said it's a danger, it's hollow inside, and it has to be removed. But having said that, this will have to be with the approval of urban forestry or ravine and natural features. So it'll be conditional, of course. A decision would be conditional. We'd still have to get their approval on this. But that's sort of a background on that trees. The owner bought the property because of all the beautiful trees on the property. So he certainly doesn't want to take them out if he doesn't have to, but one of them has to go anyway. I'll just summarize very quickly. What we've tried to do is do an addition here which complements the heritage character of the street, and And in terms of the variances that you see before you, I feel they're very, very minor. There's no such variances for things like floor space index, setbacks, coverage, that sort of thing. So I do feel that what we're doing here is very much in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and we've done everything to make sure there's no issues with respect to the neighbors on the street below. So certainly I know there are going to be discussions on that, and I'd be happy to try and answer their questions on that. So in my summary, just opinion, I feel that this is very minor, and I feel this is an appropriate development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sprague. We'll go to, let me just see if do we have any questions at this point, folks, or can we just move straight? Okay. We'll move straight to the folks in opposition and then come back to you, Mr. Sprague. Thank you. Who do we have? Hello, good afternoon. Could we get your name and address, please?
Of course. My name is Lisa Clarkson, and I'm going to be submitting verbally on behalf of my mother, Sue Clarkson, who is the owner of 56 Langmuir Crescent, along with my brother, James Clarkson, who's appearing virtually. So we'll share the 5 minutes between us.
Great, thank you.
We object to this variance due to serious safety concerns regarding that steep ravine slope that's between Baby Point Crescent and Langmuir Crescent. My mother's property, 56, along with 58 Langmuir Crescent, is at the bottom of 45 Baby Point Crescent, so it's basically 45 covers a double area. We feel that it is seriously unsafe in terms of the variances proposed. The slope has a history of being unstable with a series of damaging tree falls, which is confirmed by the evidence filed by both my mother as well as multiple residents. The proposed tree removals will exacerbate the erosion risks. In addition to the proposed removal of trees, there's been a relatively recent, very mature tree removal at the property line of the slope, which was not addressed in the application and which further compromises the slope stability. There are photographs of that attached to my mother's application letter or objection letter. The soil on the slope is sandy and drains poorly, and the proposed variance for digging a deeper basement and construction of a stone walkway will further intensify those drainage and slope stability issues. The requested reduction to the setback variance is significant, 15% beyond the 10-meter limit. That 10-meter limit was established as a safety margin to protect ecological integrity, prevent erosion, and protect water quality. So it should be respected, especially in the face of a host of safety concerns. And our safety concerns are exacerbated by the lack of permits and approvals, no required urban forestry permit, no required Section 42 Heritage Act approval, and critically, in terms of the disclosed record, no expert reports on slope safety, drainage, soil stability, or load-bearing capacity. So finally, given that the applicant's lot is massive and stretches for almost the entirety of 2 downslope properties, it's unclear why the 10-meter setback should not be respected as a first priority. It's completely unnecessary to the applicant's development or use of their land. Over to James.
Thanks, Lisa. So my name is James Clarkson, and I'll be, again, representing my mother at 56 Langmuir Crescent. I'll be focusing...
You have about 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Yeah, I see that. So I'll be focusing on the archaeological deficiencies in this application. So this site does sit on a designated archaeological sensitive area tied to this historic indigenous village of the Teagon. This isn't a typical residential lot. It carries deep cultural significance. The applicant submitted a stage 1-2 archaeological assessment, as they noted earlier, but the report is incomplete and non-compliant with the Heritage Staff report in 4 key ways. One is that there's supposed to be an Indigenous consultation, despite which is required under the Ontario Heritage Act and the city policy with the First Nations, specifically the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Huron-Wendat, and the Six Nations of the Grand River. That was noted and outlined in the Heritage Planning Report. Secondly, artifacts have already been recovered less than 300 meters away from this development site, including at 58 Langmuir Crescent, just behind this site. The testing that was done was shallow and limited. The archaeological report itself admits that findings could exist at deeper levels and recommends that future monitoring during excavation be required for the basement. And just lastly, in terms of the monitoring plan, there wasn't any mention of a licensed archaeologist who would be present while they're excavating the basement, and that's typically when remains have been found in the history of the area or artifacts. So the city planning is also recommending deferral under Section 42 of the Heritage, and that I believe is the right call. Approving this application now without consultation, without safeguards in a known sensitive area would not be a right choice to make, given the shortcomings my sister and I have outlined. And you mentioned earlier about the petition for the area, majority of which live.
Clarkson, if you can wrap up, please.
Yes, absolutely. Just wanted to mention that we have over 112 signatures within 1 week of launching that campaign. So we just urge the committee to defer, deny the application until all archaeological and Indigenous protocols are met. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any questions at this point, folks? Colleagues? Any questions at the point? No? Thank you very kindly.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the next speakers that are here in person, one at a time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Name and address, please.
I'm Victoria Smith, and I live at 58 Langmuir Crescent, downslope from the subject property. And I'm speaking for me and my husband, who's here, Craig Turner.
Thank you.
So your committee needs to consider this application for a variance and decide if it's minor, if it's desirable, and if it maintains the general intent and purpose of the bylaws and the zoning requirements in the official plan. And I want to address each of those things. And you're doing that, I think, in the context of some unique circumstances. Lisa has explained that this is a particularly, we live directly below Baby Point, our two properties. The subject property is big enough that it covers both of us. And so this slope is very steep, it's sandy, it has very large old trees on it, and we have experienced falling trees that I'm going to discuss in a bit that have raised real safety concerns for us about this proposed variation. So first, does it meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan? The staff report that was submitted said it does not. This property now falls under the Heritage Act, and there's been no application for a permit under Section 42 of that Act. The urban forestry report doesn't object to this, but does note that some trees that would need to be cut down to build the covered deck would in fact breach the obligations of the official plan to maintain urban forests and the tree canopy. We haven't seen an arborist report, it was mentioned by the architect, but we've seen that. So in terms of complying with the official plan, it looks like it does not. Is it minor? We think that the question of being minor isn't just about scale and setbacks. It has to be considered in light of safety concerns, very real safety concerns. And the fact that there's some unique circumstances whereby a number of families, us, the Clarksons, the Wangs, all of us on this side of Langmuir live directly below these families that are on Baby Point. I want to share our experiences in our family. We've lived in our house for about 40 years. We raised our kids here. Our kids are grown up now and have kids of their own. But when our son was a teenager and living at home, one night, in the middle of the night, one of the Clarksons at 56 Langmuir's trees fell on our roof. It came through our roof in Jamie's bedroom, and the branches landed about this far from his head. It was probably the most terrifying experience we've ever experienced, and it's one of our family stories that we'll never forget. Subsequently, Jamie was working at his part-time job in the Clarkson's backyard doing some landscape stuff. Shortly after he finished, 3 of our trees at the top of our slope fell across, including the Clarksons' 3 neighbors' properties. Subsequent to that, the previous owner at 60 Langmuir, the other side of us, experienced, and we were home at the time, a tree falling from the top onto their home and causing damage, serious damage. So not only have our homes been damaged, but there's been real risk to physical safety, serious risk. And that's what worries us. That's what's motivating us to be here today. So the minor question, we would argue, this isn't minor in light of these concerns and the reality of this sandy slope. And what we've actually experienced, we're not the only ones. Everybody on this side of our street has experienced, I think there have been submitted, concerns with trees falling. So there's been some discussion about a geotechnical report and working with a geotech engineer. We haven't seen that report. Apparently what they were enlisted to do is determine where the stable top of slope is. And there's no objection to where that line is from urban forestry.
Got 30 seconds left.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Our concerns are primarily, will this construction cause destabilization of the slope by the virtue of the construction, the size, the proximity to the slope, including the covered deck, which will in fact come well within the 10 meters. And what we would like to ask is this, that we support the request of the staff to deny this application for the reasons we've set out. Alternatively, if you're considering this application, to defer it until this community can meet with the geotechnical engineers.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
And all other approvals are obtained. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, who do we have next?
Through you, Mr. Chair, did anyone have any questions for this speaker?
Sorry. Any questions, folks? No? Thank you.
None. Okay, next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. Name and address, please.
My name is Howard Mount, and I live at 2 Orchard Crest Road. I'm here today appearing on behalf of the Old Millside Residents Association, or OMRA. This is an organization that represents residents and homeowners within the area bounded by Langmuir Crescent, Humberview Road, and Humbercrest Boulevard. And I wonder if I could put up my letter of objection from OMRA and click on the hyperlink included in that letter. In my allotted time, I'll expand upon 2 points raised in the OMRA letter of objection, summarize our linked community concerns petition, and report on the response received to the same. As previous speakers have noted, drainage and soil erosion have been a recurring concern for the reverse ravine lots along the southwest end of Langmuir Crescent. Residents along this part of the ravine have experienced at least 7 instances of falling trees causing safety issues and damage to properties. The proposed project will involve removal of ground cover and of 2 mature trees at the top of the ravine, as well as above-ground injury to at least 1 other tree. It will dramatically increase the area of impermeant surfaces, increasing runoff and changing water drainage patterns adjacent to the ravine buffer zone. When the OMRA letter was uploaded, no geotechnical report or tree protection and plan review had been submitted. The latter is now available, and a letter from the TRCA provides limited geotechnical information. We know now that from the TPPR, that the 2 trees targeted for removal are mature, healthy Shumard and black oaks. Both of these once abundant locally native species are now classified as provincially rare by the Ministry of Natural Resources. Both trees contribute significantly to the immediate tree canopy, as well as to the HCD and nature of the remaining Humber Ravine forest in Bobby Point. An arborist report was lacking from the, and that's all we have on that. A geotechnical study to establish the long-term stable top of slope is mentioned in the recent TRCA letter, but the report has not been made available. The TRCA alludes to implementation of, quote, erosion control measures, end quote. It is unclear just what measures the proponent would need to take so as to mitigate the effect of greatly expanding roof and deck areas beside the ravine buffer zone. Runoff and erosion issues in the ravine slope below the project site have already known to have resulted in damage to properties along the base of the ravine. For this reason, we ask that a fulsome geotechnical study, including examinations of this risk, be undertaken, and that such a report be made publicly available prior to any approval of the application. The hyperlink within our letter takes you to the Community Concerns of Bobby Point Development petition that was circulated by OMRA on March 18th. This petition was sent to 70 households in the Old Millside community. Within 24 hours, it had attracted 74 signatures. Today, there are 112. The overwhelming majority of which, but for a handful of exceptions, are from residents of Old Millside and Bobby Point. In brief, the petition states, while development is a natural part of urban growth, residents have raised concerns about its potential impact on heritage preservation and ravine stability due to the removal of large trees on the property which could impact the ravine, and no geotechnical survey has been submitted for consideration. The effects on the water table and drainage which could impact Old Millside residents are unknown. The petition lists 3 significant community concerns. 1, potential environmental impact on the ravine, soil stability. Past construction near ravines has led to erosion and landslides. Stormwater management, increased impermeable surfaces may impact drainage and local ecosystems. 2,
sorry to interrupt, you've got 30 seconds left. Could you wrap up, please?
Yeah. The Bobby Point was historically the site of the Tiayagon, a 17th century Haudenosaunee village. Any development on historically significant land requires an archaeological assessment. Residents seek assurance that proper assessments will be conducted before any construction begins. And 3, the heritage conservation compliance. Bobby Point was officially designated a Heritage Conservation District under bylaw on December 18th, 2024. If I may have a few more seconds to complete this thought. Development within an HCD must respect the area's architectural style and scale, but residents respond to the petition with concerns that the proposed height and design may not align with the surrounding heritage homes. In addition, the project could set precedent for future developments that do not adhere to conservation guidelines.
Thank you. If you could wrap up, please.
I can wrap up there. I would have more
Thank
to
you
say.
very kindly. Let me just see if any questions for you. Any questions, folks? None? Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Mount.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Next speaker. Any other speakers for this item? See none.
Through the chair, we have one speaker online. Joanne?
Hi.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Joanna Wang. I'm the owner and resident of 60 Lamier Crescent, one of the houses located on the foothill of this ravine. As you have heard earlier, throughout years, the houses on our street had experiences with trees falling and in some instances, basement flooding. My original thoughts regarding this project were provided in my objection letter. Subsequent to all our objection letters were posted online, we can see additional materials were provided by the applicant, including the archaeological study, the TRC correspondence, etc. Some of my original questions were answered through these additional materials. However, I still have the following three main concerns. First one is the increased flooding risk on our street caused by the loss of vegetation and rooting structures of the lost trees. It is not clear how the proposed development would change the stormwater drainage pattern. And furthermore, if such precedent is set and all the other houses on the top of the hill start the encroachment and tree cutting patterns, and this could potentially change our ravine stability. My second concern is whether there will be adequate erosion and sediment control measures during the construction period, especially when the construction activities is encroaching into the setback limit. So we have reviewed the TRCA letter and the applicant's correspondence regarding encroachment into the 10-meter setback, and we understand the building footprint encroachment is only 1.5 meters into the TRCA limit from the top of bank. However, we also expect the actual construction setup, the machinery operations, and the vegetation disturbances will most likely be extending well into the setback limit. We are concerned about whether adequate erosion and sediment control measures will be in place to protect the slope. My third concern is the lack of transparency and disclosure in this process. From the applicant's correspondence, we understand there have been a few studies done, including the arborist report and the geotech study. We also wonder if any slope stability analysis has been done, and if so, we would like to have a chance to review. So with all the information available today, I don't think variance number 5 and number 6 should be approved. That's all my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very kindly. Let me just see if any questions for Ms. Wang. Seeing none, thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
Then we can go back to the
agent. Thank you. Mr. Sprague?
Yes, hello?
Hi, Mr. Sprague. You've heard all the comments that have been made.
Yes, I have, and I'll just try and generalize overall. I think the one thing is we're going to go through all the steps to make sure this is done properly with respect to erosion controls, and part of the building permit will be dealing with drainage and how we get water. We're going to deal with all that down the road, and we've been doing this for many, many years, and we're going to do it very professionally. So I would just like to say that in terms of the geotechnical thing we did get soil, and I will provide that to people. I'll get contacts. I've got your names afterwards. We'll get that information to you, but we're going through all the right steps here. And with respect to trees that have fallen down in the past or have done, the new owner has kind of inherited the back slope as it is. He's going to improve that because there's some old logs and stumps. He wants to improve the whole thing and work together with the neighbors at the back. So there's going to be a teamwork there doing that. The 2 trees that have been mentioned that have been removed, that we're proposing to remove, one, it really has to be removed. So, but that'll be up to urban forestry, and they'll make the decision, whether that's reasonable or not. Certainly, if we don't have to take trees out, we wouldn't do so. So, I just want to stress, though, that the erosion control and that we're doing, that we're not destabilizing the hill at all. We're doing everything to make sure. Where we're building on actually really is grass right now. Back garden is grass. So there's no natural sort of foliage that we're ripping out for the most part. So I just feel that, I think if the understanding was that we're encroaching at this 8.5 meter, and it was all the way along. If you pull up that picture again, I think it puts it in perfect, if you wouldn't mind pulling it up again, the one showing the setbacks of the distances to the different thing. It's just a really, really minor corner that's actually in the 8.5. And the reason we did that was that we pushed the garage back because we wanted to keep the whole the side facade of the existing house in the character that it was in 1923. And I knew the heritage people will be very happy about that. So it just projected out. We didn't think it was a big deal at that time because we're actually building that on top of the garage that's there now. So during the construction, we're going to go through all the efforts to make sure everything is proper. And certainly, as I said, in this, you'd make a conditional of it, getting the approval of the heritage, that a decision would be subject to proof with the following conditions. And you certainly put, as outlined in the staff report, the way they want to word it. We've sent through the archaeological report. If they need more information, we're not going to get a permit until that's all approved. So if you make a conditional on that, and then we're going to deal with it all. It's in a work in progress right now, not only with forestry, but with the new heritage department as well as the archaeological department. But we've done a lot of that preliminary legwork now, and it still has to be approved by the city, or else the building permit's not going to ever be issued. But I just want to summarize by saying that the owner's lived in Bobby Point area for 30 years. He loves the area, and he wouldn't do anything to be a detriment to the stability of this property, in particular with the neighbors to the south. I think he did try in the last day or two to knock on doors, and unfortunately was not successful. But anyway, that's my summary, and I hope I've somehow alleviated the concerns of the neighbors of the south. But certainly we will deal with information so they're part of the process as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sprague. And I'm sure that I think you partially addressed one element of the Heritage staff report. Heritage did recommend deferral and or refusal. However, it also suggests that if approval is granted, that there are conditions attached, and you outlined a number of those conditions, which includes submissions that are to the satisfaction of heritage planning and city planning, etc. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions of you. Mr. Bissonnette?
Yeah, in regards to the archaeological study, I wonder if that included the participation of or engagement with the Mississaugas of the Credit, or if not, any member of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, or Métis communities?
No, I believe that's something we still have to do. You're correct. Our thought was, let's get the committee approval, and then we'll continue on with the. So the purpose of the original study was to determine that there was not, in their opinion, anything significant in terms of that. So no, that still has to be done. That's all part of the process.
Thank you.
Hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks? Ms. West?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Listening to all the neighbors, most of the concern is regarding the variance, the last variance, which is variance number 5, that the maximum permitted distance stable top of the bank, which required 10 meter, and yours proposed 8.52 meter. So going back to the site plan, proposed site plan, which was which is on the screen. So please help me understand that based on this proposed site plan, the area which is within that, it's after that 10 meter setback, is it just a covered wood deck and the southeast corner of the
It's the southeast, yes, it's the southeast corner of the garage, which is attached to the side of the house. So it's that where you see where it's shaded? That's it. That's the extent that goes into the 10 meter setback. And the covered deck under TRCA is permitted to be 6 meters back. And that's permitted. So if you read the report that came from TRCA, they outline that very clearly. And so they're very supportive of what we're doing. So it's just that little corner, and to be honest, there's an existing garage there. So we felt we're building on the same points. It's no worse condition, no closer than it's actually further back than what presently exists, because the existing garage that's dotted there that's being removed is 8.29 meters back. So we pulled it back, back from that. So it's just that little corner. That's it. That's it.
So, and then existing garage is already shown by dotted line.
Yeah, so we're just doing it in the same spot. So we didn't think this. Now, if people sort of initially think, oh, it's going all the way, we're building out all the way across the property, that's totally different. It's just this little point. And on the other side, it's 14 meters back on the west side, and where we're building is all on back garden, really, back garden, so.
Okay, thank you very much for a clarification.
Mr. Ghosh?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Secretary Treasurer, just before we go into committee, when they get a TRCA permit, does that tie to the site plan in any way, or is that a condition that we should consider imposing to make sure that they don't encroach any other part of the building closer than what they're showing here?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, it is tied to the plans that are submitted at the time of review for permit.
Okay.
So TRCA would have to sign off before any permits are issued.
Yeah.
So based on the variances that are before us and the plans that have been submitted, you can tie them to the site plan if you choose to approve this application.
Okay, but it's not
It won't
really necessary because TRCA will already tie it to
Yes.
what they think is acceptable?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
The TRCA letter indicated that a permit was issued in January, but a permit revision is required.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But any final permits before issuance must be reviewed once again through TRCA.
Any other questions for the agent, folks? No? Perhaps we can take it into committee and deliberate.
Okay, I'll start since so I think a lot of the concerns by the community members are quite valid, and I can understand them, and I would be very concerned about the same thing, given the very unique natural feature that's inherent to this site. But I don't think that we're the right body to concern ourselves with that. I think the TRCA is. They're the experts. They've issued a permit. They have a report that says specifically they have no objection to our approving the minor variance, and they'll have to consider the revised permit. So I think I feel fine to defer to the expertise of the TRCA with respect to what's close enough to the stable top of ravine. And the other very legitimate concern is about the archaeological significance of this site. But they will have to undergo that process under the Heritage Act, or they'll be in violation of that. And so that's the appropriate safeguard there. So I don't see anything. And then in terms of the variances themselves, they're actually quite small, and the addition is contextual to the neighborhood. So I feel satisfied that the safeguards are in place to protect against the concerns that were raised.
Any other thoughts? Ms. West? She was about to say something. Well,
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. This application, I carefully listened to all the neighbors. They have a valid concern about the trees that falling, and then I look back to the variants that were before us, 5 variants, and number 5th one is the one that very much related to the concern of the neighbors. Then when I check the site plan, proposed site plan, as the architect also explained, So only the southeast corner of the proposed garage is within that 10-meter top of the stable top of the bank, and which is really minor based on the site plan if you look at it. And I still believe if I know that the applicant who want to get the permission, they already submit the proposed site plan, but it will be beneficial if we tie it to the site plan proposed, if there is no problem with the architect. And then the rest of the variants, number 1, 2, 3, and 4, are really minor if I look at the numbers. And we got letters from Heritage on March 19. Like we have Conservation Authority, March 19 again, TRCA 19. TRCA have no objection, but we have also a letter from, I think it was from the, oh yes, it is here, Supervisor Tree Protection Plan Review, that in one area they said that Urban Forestry advised that an application to enjoy or remove these trees may be denied. So if we tie it to their report, probably they can revisit, and then if they can when they want to issue the permit. So all of these will be reviewed again, as well as the heritage. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Mr. Gogan, Mr. Bissonnette, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm concerned with the lack of meaningful engagement with Indigenous peoples. I find the variance is supportable, and I'll have to take the proponent at their word that that engagement, meaningful engagement with Indigenous people will take place regarding the archaeology of the property. Thank you.
Mr. Gogan, any thoughts?
I do find that variances generally minor. I do take the neighborhood's concern, especially given the changing climate in which we live in, and obviously real world experience the neighbors have had, as well as as well as what was spoken about it, meaningful Indigenous engagement. But I do think that RNFP, TRCA, and Heritage have a meaningful role to play here. And if we do approve this thing, there is other hurdles that this application will have to go through before it would be realized.
Thank you. For my part, I'll just echo what Mr. Gogan said, that the concerns that neighbors have are real, and they're exacerbated by climatic conditions that we're beginning to see and experience. However, the city, various bodies, I think, have put into place certain conditions that have to be the hurdles that Mr. Gogan mentioned. There are hurdles that the applicant will still have to go through to meet all the requirements from heritage, from forestry, from TRCA, and so on. So I think, given that those hurdles still have to be overcome, I think at this point in time, with those conditions in place, I think this is an application that is acceptable and one that I could support. So I'll look for a motion. Mr. Gosh, yeah?
Sure, I'll put forward a motion to approve these variances subject to the heritage condition, which I believe is the only condition because the forestry was advisory about a tree that could be removed as of right, but they would still need to apply for a permit about.
Thank you. Seconder? Thank you, Mr. Gogan. Thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? Mr. Bissonnette, thank you. The motion is carried. The application is approved. Thank you, Mr. Sprague.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to item number 15 as item number 14 is postponed. For those that are here in attendance for the 2 p.m. time slot, the committee is still hearing 4 additional applications, and then the committee will break for a 1-hour lunch. So I suspect that the committee will not resume until 3:30. Thank you.
Could we just take a 5-minute break at the moment? Thank you. We're just going to take a break for 5 minutes, folks.
Hi, Merida. Hi, welcome. Welcome to Toronto. Yes, we just got a break.
Okay, members, let's resume so we can finish our morning session. Please turn on your videos, microphones.
Thank you. ready and good to go. And welcome back. We're ready to go with item number 15, 745 Palmerston Avenue. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Decision number affecting the subject property. Arborist report received on the 4th of February 2025.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you. Nicole, are you there?
Gloria, you've been unmuted.
Oops, Gloria. Okay.
Yes, hello.
Hi, a name and address, please.
My name is Gloria Apostolou. I'm the architect and agent for 745 Palmerston.
Thank you. We don't have anybody in opposition, but let me just see if my colleagues would like a presentation. Seeing none, I think we're good to go. Is there anything you'd like to add before we go into committee?
I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay. Since there were none, I think we'll go straight into committee and address the application before us. So, colleagues, any thoughts, any reflections, or perhaps you want to go straight into a motion? There are three variances before us.
I'm happy to put forward.
Thank you, Mr. Bissonnette.
Motion to approve the variances.
Thank you, Mr. Bissonnette. Seconded by Mr. Gogan. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you very much. You have your approval, ma'am. Moving on to item number 16, 1152 Gerrard Street East. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received March 3rd, 2025. Pardon me. Revised zoning notice received March 3rd, 2025. 5 photographs of the subject property and trees received January 13th, 2025. In order to comply affecting the subject property. And we also have email correspondence from Transportation Engineering received March 6, 2025. And email correspondence from the zoning examiner on received February 28, 2025. We also have correspondence in concern from 258 Hastings Avenue received March 17, 2025.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, and we have one registered speaker in interest.
Yes, hello?
Mr. Benedetto?
No, sorry, it's Joseph Mazzatelli, the agent.
Oh, okay. Could you just give us your name and address, please?
Yes, Joseph Mazzatelli, 608 Oriole Parkway, Toronto.
Since we have one person in opposition, I wonder if you could give us a brief presentation, please.
Yes. Basically what we have is an existing two-story building at the corner of Gerrard and Hastings. And what the owner has done, he's renovated the interiors to 13 apartments. There are no exterior additions aside from the rear decks. Now, the existing site is quite attractive, and it has easy accessibility in terms of TTC, and there's plenty of backyard green space. So some of the variances have to do with the setback from the Gerrard, which as an existing building, we cannot do anything about that. So that's variance 1. And variance 7 has to do with the length of the building, which is already existing. In any event, I believe those two variances are minor in nature. So this proposal of providing apartments, I believe, is in keeping with the city supporting new affordable apartments throughout the city. It's a perfect and appropriate position for that. The city planner does not object. It's an appropriate use as a two-story building. There are four-story and three-story apartment buildings a few blocks away. So I believe it meets the four tests. It is desirable. It's minor in actual variances are minor in nature, and it's within the official plan and the zoning bylaw. In terms of the variances 2 and 3 that relate to the ancillary buildings, that simply relates to the sheds on the site, and I believe that to be a very minor variance. And items 4, 5, and 6 all relate to the parking. So we are keeping the parking as it is, which is the main idea, but for the physical space can accommodate 4 cars, but not in terms of the actual zoning requirements for the cars and the barrier-free parking. So that's why we have those variances. The owner tells me that only one of the tenants has car parking and that there's adequate parking on the street. So we hope that you find those variances to be minor as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Any questions at this point, folks? No?
Yeah, I have one, but I'll
Yeah.
hold, or sure, I
ahead.
might as well ask now. I'm just wondering when, like, what's the time frame in which these units were built in the building? Because the order to comply in 2023 says over time, so presumably before that. Do you have a sense of when these residential units were?
So I became involved with making drawings after they were done. The only thing the owner has told me is that I think he tried or was doing some construction during COVID and things got complicated. And that's why he had those problems with regard to the building inspector.
But you have no sense of how long tenants have, because it sounds like tenants are living in the building, you have no sense of how long tenants have been living in the building. It seems to me that it could be quite a long time, but...
So I was there first about 2 years ago, and some of the apartments were vacant. So I would guess it was 2+ years.
Okay, and at the time that you were first retained, were any of the units occupied?
Yes, some of them were. About half were occupied.
Okay, and based on your visual inspection, do you have any estimate of year of construction? Like, was it recent or, yeah?
I think what the owner had said to me was that during the COVID times is when he started the construction.
Okay, but that accords with what you've seen yourself. Have you been to site?
Yes, as of about 2 years ago.
Okay, and so you think that would be accurate based on your visual review?
Yeah, I would guess it would be 2 or 3 years that the units might have been completed. I don't know for certain, but that's what I might have guessed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, folks? No? Then we can go to the person in opposition.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the owner at 240 Hastings Avenue.
Thank you.
Oh, hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you get your name and address, please?
My name is Đức Thị Nguyễn, and address 240 Hastings Avenue.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. You have 5 minutes.
Actually, I attend today, just hearing the how they explain about renovate and actually I see they not come over, all lie there, but inside we don't know. We don't know what they're doing in there. So, we are here today, just know what's going on there, and that's all. And all up to you, all up to city.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Sorry, is the agent still there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, sorry, I didn't get your name initially, so forgive me for not calling you by your name. I don't think the person that we just spoke to, Ms. Nguyen, had any specific questions that I could gather. So let me see if we can go into, ask my colleagues if they have any more questions of you. If not, we'll go into committee. Any further questions, folks, or shall we go into committee? Going to committee? Thank you. Alrighty. Mr. Gogan, thank you.
I'll make some comments, and then I think I'd like to move this item. Again, I think it was a very good explanation by the applicant or the representative of the applicant for what's been happening and the intent. Signed all the proposed variations, minor in nature, as well as kind of the legalize and maintain component of this application as well. So I would suggest that we approve this application, and I don't believe there's any conditions.
No. So I would only perhaps suggest for the record note that we don't condone activity outside without building permits. Yeah.
The note about.
Thank you. Anybody for a second, or do you want to turn that into motion? Mr. Bissonnette will motion second that. Mr. Gogan, sorry, I didn't ask whether you had, that was a motion.
That was a motion.
Perfect, thank you. And Mr. Bissonnette seconds, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval, thank you. And numbers 17. Number 17 is 23 Lippincott Street. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 3 photographs of the subject property, received February 4th, 2025, and a decision number affecting the subject property. We have correspondence, email correspondence from Transportation Engineering, dated March the 7th, 2025, and a staff report from Heritage Planning, received 14th of March, 2025.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. We'll be hearing back from Bruno Lopes today.
Thank you. Okay, this is item 17, Lippincott. Is Mr. Lopes? Are you there?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. My name is Bruno Lopes from MXL Engineering and Associates, located at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West, and I'll be representing the owners.
Thank you. Welcome back. And it's good afternoon now instead of good mornings.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have, we don't need a may or may not need a presentation. I don't see a request. Okay. There are just 2 variances and nobody in opposition. So I'm going to see if we can just go into committee and come out with a resolution of some sort.
I'll make a comment and then maybe.
Yes, Mr. Gogan.
So this looks like a replacement of an existing structure at the rear of the property, of a property that's currently under new construction. It looks like it is minor in nature. It is, because of the nature of the site, statistically, it is a significant increase of the size of the ancillary building, but it's generally a modest and minor variance request. So I recommend I propose that we approve this application.
Would you like to turn that into a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this application.
Thank you. And
What about the heritage?
there is a heritage condition.
Sorry, sorry for interrupting. What about the heritage staff report dated March 14, 2025? They had 1 condition?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they have to get permission. Yeah, so section 42.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
So then I'll second it.
Thank you very much, Ms. West. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Mr. Lopes, you have your approval. moving on to the last item for this morning and early afternoon. It's 1246 Davenport Road. The committee had before it, pardon me, the following communication. Copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 5 photographs of the subject property received February 4th, 2025. Rental housing demolition declaration received February 7th, 2025. And we have staff report from Urban Forestry received March 19th, 2025.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Mr. Lolos, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Name and address, please, sir.
Giorgio Lolos, the agent representing the file in front of us today, 220 Duncan Mills Road.
Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you or request for a presentation. Any
Yes, sir.
presentations? No? Fairly straightforward. We don't have anybody in opposition, so we don't need a presentation, and my colleagues don't have any questions or require a presentation. So we'll take it into committee and deliberate quickly and hopefully come up with an answer for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
So I thought this was pretty interesting. It's rare to see a third-story unit added with access direct from outside, but it's a very interesting lot, and it let it happen. I don't see much impact of it. It adds another unit. I think it's creative for those reasons. I think it's approvable, minor, and I would turn that into a motion to approve it subject to forestry condition number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Second, Ms. Bissonnette, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Lolos, you have your approval. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then we will resume at 3:30 today.
Thank you.